Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Now I'd like to open the Strategy and Finance Committee meeting of the 20th of August and invite our Deputy Mayor to open us with karakia. Ngā mihi. Could I get you to cue again? Yep.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair, o tira tēnā tātou katoa. Greetings everyone, members of the public. Tū taua mai I runga, tū taua mai I raro, tū taua mai I roto, tū taua mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tae ki e. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ngā mihi. Thank you, Whaia Debbie. Councillor Marshall Lobby, our Deputy Mayor. Welcome to those in the gallery and those attending online. Can I first explain that this meeting has been recorded and will be live streamed onto our Council's YouTube channel. Health and safety requirements are displayed on the screen and they show the display where we are to meet at Te Marae o Hine at the clock tower in the unlikely case of an emergency. There's a defibrillator on the ground floor if needed. All participants that are online, can you keep your cameras turned on and microphones muted? Councillors and any presenters at the table, if you could introduce yourself before speaking, would be appreciated. Can I also point out we have Councillor Rolly Fitzgerald also attending online, and it's possible that Councillor Billy Meehan may also appear. That is the housekeeping. We have a very busy agenda and it's great to have so many submitters wishing to be heard. We move first to some practical items of business, which is apologies. We have an apology from the Mayor for early departure on Council business. Councillor Hancock, departure, early business, and Councillor Lou Finlay. Are there any other apologies? I'll move those, seconded by Councillor Naylor, and invite a vote. Not set up for voting? We'll just do the apologies on the voices. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's passed unanimously. So item 3 is additional items. Are there any? There being none, I'd now ask if there's any declarations of interest. There being none. We do have a public comment, and can I invite Chris Teo-Sherrell to come to speak to item 11, which is the Draft Waste Management and Minimisation Bylaw 2025. The floor is yours, Chris. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Hello. Yep, great. Thanks very much, Vaughan. Thanks, everyone. This cold morning. Look, I want to talk about the Waste Minimisation and Management Plan. Back in December 2005 was when I found the first Palmerston North City Council Waste Minimisation and Management Plan, and it went out for public consultation in December, so that's 20 years ago. Wheelie bins were part of the 2010 long-term plan, and they came into, well, 2007 to 2010, I think it was, came into effect in 5th of July 2010 was when they were implemented, so just a fraction over 15 years ago. And here we are, about to approve, well, you are about to approve a Waste Minimisation and Management Plan 2024 that, in my opinion, will do very, very, very little to take you closer to the vision and objectives that you have in your Waste Minimisation and Management Plan 2024. The most relevant ones of which were we want to minimise all waste and its impact on the environment, and Objective 3, to divert waste from landfill, we will implement the most effective waste diversion initiatives. And then in the action plan for that objective, it said, we'll develop and implement a construction site waste management plan. I presume that meant you'll require people to do that. And lo and behold, I find in the officer's report, it says, No, not going to do that. We're going to throw out that C&D waste minimisation plan. And I think that's a real breach of faith with the public of this city, to have all these things in your wonderful plans that you've already approved and go out and consult on this thing and then say, it's too hard, we can't do it. It's not too hard. There's ways to do it. It just requires some determination and willingness to use the bylaw to make sure that things are done right. So I really urge you to do that. There's lots of good little things in the bylaw, but it's not actually that much different from the previous one. It's pretty much the same thing. I think you should require officers to make it explicit that licensed operators must require their customers to behave in the same way that you require of your customers, the ones that Pumps North collects their waste from. It's only fair to have a level playing field. So it should work both ways. Secondly, to reject the proposal to not make the requirement to have a waste minimisation and management plan for C&D activities that are likely to generate more than some amount, you decide, some amount of waste. Okay, those are the two key things. I'd point out that Taupo District Council in 2007 had a bylaw that included licensing of operators, which is the point that we're getting to now. We've had it there, the ability to do it, since about 2010, but we, for some reason, haven't do it. Come on, get on with it, please. This is serious. I mean, your waste minimisation swap thingamajig, the assessment of waste, said that in the last, 2017 to 22, waste was actually going up per person by about 10% in the city. That's exactly the opposite of what your plan says you want to do. That's enough said. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your public comment today. There's no other public comment. I'm going to move to receive the public comment. Six, hearing of submissions, proposed Linklater dog on leash area. There has been the procedure sheet that's in the order paper, and it's known to submitters. They've been allocated 5 minutes, including question time. Question time is allowing for at least a minute in the available time to cover that. Can I just encourage councillors, if there are time for questions, to make them succinct, so we're not using up our submitters' valuable time. I need to move a couple of recommendations before we move into the list of those wishing to be heard. That the committee receive the submissions from presenters who indicated their wish to be heard in support of their submission. And two, that the committee note the procedures for the hearing of submissions as described in the procedure sheet. I've moved that. That's seconded by Councillor Naylor. Again, I'd invite a vote. Thank you. That's passed unanimously, 13 votes for. Appreciate that submitters have also tabled in advance some additional information which has been in our folders, and councillors would have had access to that. So if you're referring to that, we do have those. But if you wish to table any additional items again today, you're more than welcome. There are some presentations which are noted. We want this to be fairly relaxed, to get across a comfortable environment for you to feel like you can get across your key points very clearly. And this is clearly a very important topic to our community, so we want to very much value what you wish to get across. They're my introductory comments just before we proceed. The other practical thing I should note is that while there's a list in our order paper, not all have confirmed to speak, and so we'll work through who does arrive today. There are at least three submitters that have wished to be heard later in the afternoon, so we will need to take a pause at least in that very part. But otherwise, my hope is that we can flow from submitter to submitter, and we'll intend to break at 11 o'clock before we move into a second session. I'd now like to invite Gillian McIntyre, who's our submission number 1 forward, to present. Welcome. Just to, one of the buttons on your device here will put on a red light, which means you can, yep, you're ready to go.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Gillian McIntyre, and I've been walking my dog at Linklater Reserve since 2011 when it opened. I walk 5 days a week, and it's something that we really, really enjoy. Linklater is a great place. The dogs love it, and it's heavily used. The car parks are full at certain times of the day, and people come because it's an off-leash park. On the council website, in the previous submission, it said that 82% supported the park being off-leash. So the decision to make half the park on-leash and how you came to that conclusion was rather difficult to understand and very disappointing. The dog owners, many of whom are Kelvin Grove, from the Kelvin Grove community, and going by the discussions I've had with the 100 people who signed my pages of the petition, they would be happy to have the play areas fenced off and made as on-leash only areas. This, however, would not include the wetland area, as this is not only a favourite area for the dogs, but is inherently dangerous for a children's play area. Linklater is one of the few off-leash dog parks in the Manawatu, and is by far the safest and the best for our dogs. As I have said, it is used by so many owners. The 100 signatures which I collected for the petition were gained only between 8:30 and 9:30 in the morning on weekdays when I walk. So I'm sure there are many more people out there at other times and at weekends. Palmerston North should be proud to have such a wonderful, well-used dog park. It is probably the best dog park in New Zealand. People travel not only from all over Palmerston North, but from Fielding, from Ashurst, and even from Levin on a regular basis. I sincerely hope that you, the council, will re-evaluate the proposal to make half of Linklater on leash, and that your democratic decision will reflect the interests and well-being of those who are regular users of the park as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gillian. I'll open it up if there are any questions. Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Gillian. I'm out here. Can you just expand? You've talked about a potential compromise there in terms of the play area. Can you perhaps just describe what it is that you actually mean by that?
I think that going from the bottom of the park at McLeavy Drive end up to the pergola, where it includes both the swings and the barbecue area, and also the BMX bike area and the Flying Fox. That area could all be fenced off or made as on leash, and therefore it would be safe for small children, people who are wary of dogs. But it's quite a big area, but that would leave the rest of the park as off leash.
Great, thank you. And just to follow up on that, the 100 signatories that you've actually got for your petition, they would also...
What was that, sorry?
The signatories that you have for your petition, they would also be happy with what you've just described?
Yes, I discussed all that with everyone.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Thank you, Gillian, for being here today. Now I'd like to invite submitter number 40, Jeff Anderson, to come to present. And I believe there's a PowerPoint.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Anderson. I've been a resident here in Palmy since 2003. We came here from England. When I travel around New Zealand, we've got a camper van hear a lot of people going, why Palmy? And if you did end up here, why did you stay? And that's because I'm very proud to be a Palmerston North resident, and I think we have a great city. I think Linklater Park is one of, as we've just heard, one of the best dog facilities in New Zealand, and I think rather than watering it down, we should be proud of it. We should be citing it more. I only found out about it after it had been open for 2 or 3 years because no one had told us about it. And I think watering it down is entirely 180 degrees the wrong way to go about it. Is this the controller for the... look, I won't try and point on the slide, but this is a little bit off Google Maps showing the Kelvin Grove area. Linklater Reserve is marked, but it's not outlined. It's, as we've heard, it's quite a big area. It's very wide and open, which means if you've got a young dog that you're trying to train, you can't lose sight of it in the bush. It's a fantastic place for dog training. It's completely fenced, so you know your dog's not going to stray. And all the gateway accesses have got swing gates with locks on them, so you can be very relaxed walking your dog. Equally, if you're a person who doesn't like dogs, you can be quite relaxed if you're in the area that dogs aren't going to get out and get at you. And if you look at alternative facilities, how does this work? It's only that one slide. Oh, yeah, but there's some adaptions on it. There's some pictures that come up on it. They did, because I saw it up here earlier on with the pictures on it. Anyway, the pictures aren't essential. I can talk to it anyway. This is a Google Maps of... There they are. Fantastic. So it shows some of the other parks within very easy walking distance. These 3 here that I put up all have children's play areas with swings, and one of them has rather a nice fancy boat arrangement that's been turned into a play area. And as you can see, one of them's no dogs at all, 2 of them are dogs on leads. So for people who are wary of dogs, there are plenty of alternatives within very easy range. One of the other points that I'd make is on the slide down in the bottom left-hand corner is Edwards Pit Park, which is a dogs off-lead park officially, but it's not contained. The gates have got no dog prevention on them. One of them opens into the car park for a kindy, for goodness sake, and there's nothing between the dogs off-lead and the kindy car park. There's school playing fields with direct access to Edwards Pit Park where dogs can just roam. One of my less fond memories of sporting days is being tackled and ending up face down in a dog poo on a rugby pitch. I mean, dogs and sport pitches do not go together. Why not look at a much bigger picture? Don't just look at Linklater Park, look at the parks around Palmy. Edwards Pit Park will be a fabulous dogs on lead area. It's great. It's got a lovely bit of replanted bush. There's volunteers looking after it. It's perfect for walking dogs on a lead. Linklater Park is superb for the reverse, for letting dogs run, letting them play, letting them be dogs. And I think, you know, there's signs all around the place, be Palmy proud. I'm a very proud citizen, and I'd like you to make Linklater, publicise it, put up big signs. This is the greatest dogs off-lead park in New Zealand, and get people going there. And that's what I've come to say. Thank you very much for giving me my time.
Thank you very much, Jeff. We're probably out of time for questions. So we're out of time for questions, so thank you very much for being here today. Can I now invite, is it Rukmini Vadke? And apologies, Mama Mini is in brackets, and I understand maybe via Teams. Apologies for the mispronunciation if I didn't get that correct. But, oh, sorry,
That's
this
right.
is in here as 261. Sorry, my apologies. Slightly different to our order paper.
We good to go?
Can you go again, sorry?
Sorry, we good to go?
Yes, ready to go. The floor is yours.
Lovely. So yeah, I'm Rukmini Vadke, more commonly in the community is Minnie. I'm the founder and chair of Mama Minnie's Animal Rescue here in Palmerston North. I am not a Kelvin Grove resident, so I'm not going to step in here and be team on leash or off leash. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to provide sort of a animal behavioral welfare and scientific basis to this submission. Like I said, I don't live in Kelvin Grove. I don't use Linklater Park for my own personal sort of behavioral scientific reasons. I don't use it, so I'm not going to sit here and dictate to Kelvin Grove residents what should and shouldn't be done with their park. I'm just here to sort of provide some neutral evidence so the council makes an informed decision. So the pros of an on-leash dog park, reduces dog fights, injury, safer for reactive, anxious, or smaller dogs, also protects wildlife, vulnerable park users, so the elderly and children, etc., and maintains stronger owner control. But there are also some cons to on-leash dog parks. Limits behavior, natural behaviors like running, chasing, social play, can contribute to frustration for dogs, which can lead to behavioral issues, and it also restricts opportunities for socialization. Pros and cons of off-leash dog parks. The pros, obviously, the opposite, lots of chase, running, social behavior play, provides mental stimulation, enhances the owner and dog bonding through interactive play, reduces stress, boredom, destructive behaviors at home. And the cons of this is, increased risk of injuries, dog fights, disease transmission, potential stress for timid or under-socialized dogs. And safety risks due to recall failures. So that's what I want to talk about in particular is the term off leash. The few times I have been to Linklater, off leash is used as a very loose term. I think sometimes, and not all owners 100%, but there are some owners that forget that off leash doesn't mean run wild and run free. It also means you still need to have a level of control of your dog, and your dog still needs to be able to be recalled. Not all dogs, even when they're off leash, want to be greeted by other dogs, and nor should they just be greeting strange random dogs. I think a lot of times we humanize dogs, like kids playing in a park, they want to meet and be social and play. Actually, dog behavior, dog body language is very different. I've met a ton of owners who will think their dog is very relaxed, because they're, smiling, panting, their tails wagging, but actually to a professional, to myself or a dog trainer or a dog walker, you actually look at the dog and it's actually in a level of stress or a level of anxiety. And I don't blame the owner for this. You don't know what you don't know. And this has come from years and decades of, just the myth of a happy dog, wagging its tail and TV and movies and things. So in fact, I'm not here. I mean, you can ask me questions, that's fine. But in fact, I'm here to ask questions, whether you make this on leash, off leash, or a mixed model. I'm here to ask, how is education and enforcement going to be a part of that? Because without education, infrastructure, and enforcement, whether you make the park on leash, off leash, or mixed model actually doesn't matter. You are still going to have the pros and cons problems that I mentioned. So while, you can do everything in the world, change the bylaws, whatever it is you guys are planning to do, what is council going to do in terms of education and enforcement? Because if you make something on leash, I guarantee there will be the owners that will just off leash it because they don't care or there's no consequence. And if you make it off leash, there will still be the owners who don't understand what true off leash means, that you still need to have a level of control. So my dogs, for example, when we go somewhere, to an off leash area, they are off leash, but they're by my side. My older boy, he's 13-year-old dog. He's off leash, he's very well behaved, but he doesn't actually want to be greeted by the running golden retriever or the little puppy come to say hello. And, often I have to keep them at a distance. Now and I do get owners that are offended by that, like, oh, it's just friendly coming to say hello, but actually that's not something my dog wants. And yes, I could take my dog to an on-leash area, but he's well behaved. He should be allowed to be off leash as well. So these are just some of the considerations I want not just council but residents to take in as well, is how does education and enforcement play a part in this, and what does that look like? Because otherwise, without it, no matter what you decide, it's just going to be sort of half-assed attempt at this, really. So.
Right.
I do have a ton of scientific references, which I won't bore everyone by providing here in terms of science research and papers in regards to all the behaviours and things that I've mentioned,
Can I
which I'm
just
happy to
stop you
provide the
there?
council at a later date or in an email submission. But yeah, I'm happy
Can I
to
just
take
stop you
questions,
there?
like I said.
Just in
But I'm
respect to
here
the
more to
time,
ask
we're
that
now
question.
into
Thanks.
the red zone with in respect to other submitters. Thank you very much for being here today, and you made your points real a valid point. And if there were references, feel free to forward them to the administrators, and any members can follow those up. Thank you for being here today. We now move to 76, which is Rebecca Culver. Welcome.
Kia ora. Thank you for having me, Council. I really appreciate being here and having the chance to talk to this, excuse me. My parents got a dog a number of years ago, and during COVID they were unable to, when they got COVID, were unable to walk the dog, and so it became something that I did for them. So I've been walking the dog up to 5 or 6 times a week down at Linklater, and really appreciate the fact that it's been a resource of the city. I've met lots of people, I've made lots of new friends, along with our dog making new friends as well, and have found that it's been a very an amazing resource that people from outside of the city have mentioned. When I've met them, they've said they've come from outside of the city and they make the effort to go to Linklater because it's such a good resource for our city. My concern around the change to the park and making it an on-leash park is in the areas that have been specified around the resources that are available. So in the front part of the park are things like the toilet, the water fountain, the tables and chairs, even the paths are concreted. Last year I broke my leg and I was unable to walk the dog nearly as much. I still haven't got back to full capacity. And I have been able to walk on the concreted parts of the path and not the gravel parts, especially when I was on crutches. And my dad was in a wheelchair, has an Empower wheelchair, but he was very restricted in being able to use the park. Again, most of the park is gravel, some of it's quite heavy gravel, and unable to use that area of the park, which is the area that's been proposed for the off-leash park. When you're disabled, when you have a disability of any sort, whether permanent or temporary, it makes it more difficult to use that area that is gravel because it's not stable underfoot. Unfortunately, I can't go as fast as my dog. She likes to run, and she likes to play with other dogs. And of course, I can't provide that in the front area if it's on leash, because that's the only area of the park that I'm able to use. It's the area of the park that has facilities, and it's one that I would like to see continue to be an off-leash area. There's a lot of parks in Palmerston North, and I hope that this remains an off-leash dog park.
Thank you, Rebecca. Open it up for any questions from members. There being none, thank you very much again for presenting today. That moves us to submission 104, which is Richard Isaacs, and invite you forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Unlike one of the previous speakers, I do use Linklater Park a lot. We own 3 Labradors, and we've been using it for about the last 4 years. And it's revolutionised their exercise behaviour and enjoyment because it's so much better than any other park we can access in Palmerston. In terms of the advantages, it's a fabulous reserve because it's fully fenced, there's lots of open space, there are water and agility features, and the proposed changes would remove a number of those features which we would find very disappointing and unacceptable. Our dogs love to run freely, socialise and play, and big dogs like ours need that space. I think it must be used by, or certainly dozens of dogs a day, probably more than 100 a day, because every time we go down there are at least 6 to 10 other folk with their dogs there, and through the day the numbers would be very high. It's much safer for us to use than anywhere else. We used to go down by the river, but there's been, that's not so safe, mainly because of cyclists and some of the e-bikes, which are silent and you don't notice them coming. Those who are riding get very upset with dogs if they're not well controlled. And there's the potential for crashes and tension. We've been to Bledisloe, it's not fenced, it's not as safe and not as large, so we don't enjoy that. And I understand that's apparently meant to be on lead. In terms of dog aggression, I think we would have been to the park more than 200 times over this time, and I've never witnessed actual dogs attacking each other. They want to go and meet each other, sniff, play, and then get on with it. One of our dogs just does the zoomies, and they have a great time. If the area was reduced, you would get more congestion and the potential perhaps for some tension, but it's been our observation that dogs that are on lead tend to have greater anxiety, tend to be more protective of their owners, and will react when other dogs come to them. And I think that's where you get more tension. I have to say, I would doubt many people, if you closed off half the park to be on lead, who would go walking a dog along a gravel path in a big open place where the dogs need to run? It doesn't make any sense to me. I'd go to one of those on lead parks. And for crying out loud, you walk your dogs on lead on the street. That's what we do when we're not going to Linklater. It's my understanding that most dog attacks are due to roaming dogs on the street. We have been attacked by a roaming bully. I'm not aware of any attacks at Linklater, others may know, but one of the big things about Linklater is the people that take their dogs there are responsible owners because they want their dogs to be able to run free safely. So please leave the park alone. If you have to fence it, do it to a minimal area. And as we heard just before, there are arguments for not fencing that in at all. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hancock. We have a question, sir. We do have time, and there is one. Councillor Hancock, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I noticed that you've got some options for us to consider, which is, and I'm particularly interested in option 1 there, which says have a generous area around the swings and aeroplane fenced and on lead and leave the rest off lead. So are you saying from your submission, sorry?
Move the aeroplane. The aeroplane's way down the end. I wouldn't be happy with that whole area down there fenced.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm actually just trying to get to here is that you would be happy with a compromise in terms of perhaps reconsidering.
We're always open to compromise.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you for being here today. Now, the next submitter is via Teams online, 358, which is on page 15 for members. Maria Reish, is it? Apologies if I mispronounced your surname. Maria, floor's yours.
Hi, Maria Riker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this submission and for allowing me to appear online. I'm happy to take my submission as read, but I just wanted to highlight a few key points. I'm opposed to the proposal as it's written, and the main reason for this is I don't think it will achieve the objective you're seeking, which is public safety. At the moment, the dogs that are causing the issues are not following the rules that are set out in the park, which is that if your dog is off lead, they are under control. I think the solution to this is compliance officers or perhaps cameras, so that when there are issues, they can be addressed rather than changing the rules for the good dog owners. Additionally, as it's been already said, I think that if you concentrate the area that off-leash dogs can go, I think you would be likely to see more issues because you can't avoid the dogs that your dogs don't like or that kind of thing. So yeah, I think you would actually see an increase in issues there. The third thing is, for me, my dog is quite a high energy dog. He's really well behaved off lead. He generally just ignores other dogs. But yeah, he really needs that off lead area to get his energy out. I can't provide that for him on a lead. And in winter, when I finish work and it's like getting dark outside, Linklater is the only park that I can go to where I can go and sufficiently walk my dog in the daylight after work. And I feel safe doing that. I wouldn't feel safe going to other places in the city to do that. So I think you're possibly creating a public safety issue there. I see there being a compromise from the fence line adjacent to the BMX little mounds. If you fenced it from there and moved the plane into the children's play area, I think that would be a nice compromise. But you would need some swimming or drinking areas just to support the animal health. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Open it up for questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Maria, for your submission. You said in your submission that you feel that proposal is unfair to good dog owners. Can you expand on that a bit?
So the way I see it is that good dog owners will follow whatever rules you have in place. So at the moment, the good dog owners are the ones that have their dog under control, or if their dog is not able to be under their control, they will have them on a lead. And so if you put in on-lead dog areas, people who have their dog under control in an off-lead situation will put their dog on the lead, and that restricts basically the freedom that they have at the moment of having a good dog. It's restricting that freedom. Whereas I suspect that the dog owners who don't have their dog under control will continue to ignore the rules anyway. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that's where you talk about it being a punishment for the majority. That's what you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
And most people do have their dogs under control in my experience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harpiter.
Thank you. Thanks, Maria. Just one question about the cameras. What was your view on the cameras? What did you want to do with them?
So I think that if you had some cameras up when there were issues, they could be addressed because you could identify the owners and the dogs that cause those issues. And I think that just kind of having them there might be prevent any issues from happening if people do know that they can be held accountable for the actions. I think for the majority of people, they wouldn't mind because they've got their dog under control. And I also think if you had those up, people might be a bit better at picking up dog poo too.
Thanks, Maria. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting today. There's no further questions. Appreciate your contribution. That moves us on to Elizabeth Shaw, submission number 105, page 17 of our submission pack. Welcome.
Kia ora, ko Vadke te maunga, ko Manawatu te awa, no Papaioia ahau. Ko Elizabeth Shaw, toko ingoa. I am a long-term Palmerston North resident. If I tell you how many years, you'll know how old I am, so I won't do that. But I have lived in Kelvin Grove for 35 years. We were part of the original group when Linklater was proposed for council to have, that we joined that group in those discussions. So Linklater has been in our blood for many, many years. I've lived in Kelvin Grove with my family, with my children, with my parents, and with my dogs. And Linklater Reserve has been a regular part of our lives. We are down there multiple times during the week. I created a petition to council, and numerous people picked that up and have taken it other places. The copies that I submitted earlier than today were mainly taken by people who were at Linklater Park in conversations with those people. So they are people who use the park. One of the people who signed my petition is the person whose dog was attacked on the 10th of May. That was on the Facebook page. And he signed my petition and said, we know our dog was attacked, but it was a completely random act. And we are now using Linklater Park again. So even someone who has had that, it was such a random event. I have walked there since it was open, and I have never seen an aggressive dog in all my time. I've seen lots of wet dogs, but not aggressive ones. But I also make frequent use of other parks and reserves across Palmerston North when they better suit our needs. So I'm speaking today to oppose the proposed changes to Linklater Reserve. The changes risk undermining the very qualities that make it so valuable to our community. I'm genuinely perplexed that a small group of people, 57 people, could create a perceived problem where no problem exists and set in motion a proposal that would so significantly disadvantage the much larger community who rely on Linklater. I consider a compromise as disingenuous and pandering. What is often overlooked in this debate is the abundance of dog-free spaces available within Kelvin Grove and across Palmerston North. From Solano Park, with its impressive facilities, to Kelvin Grove Park, nearly every local park and playground is designed for families and children, with dogs either strictly controlled or banned altogether. Expansive destinations like Memorial Park, within driving distance as much as Linklater Park, and Victoria Esplanade, often even more. They have splash pools, they have gardens, they have bushwalks, but almost every playground and family-focused reserve either excludes dogs or requires them to be on lead. Across the city, there are more than 100 parks, 60 playgrounds, 70 kilometres of walking tracks, and 105 kilometres of footpaths, all providing safe, dog-free, or on-lead recreation. If your priority is to avoid off-lead dogs, you are genuinely spoiled for choice in Palmerston North. By contrast, walking paths that do have off-lead zones are often alongside rivers or the golf course. They don't have fencing, they're shared with fast-moving cyclists, as we've already heard, conditions that don't suit the needs of a lot of people or their dogs. And this is true for so many people that they make a deliberate trip to Linklater because it is the only place that meets our needs. For those of us who need a safe, fenced, amenity-rich area where our dogs can be exercised off-lead, there is only one, and it's Linklater. The back of Linklater Reserve is suited to more agile walkers. We've already heard today that the front of the reserve, by contrast, is accessible. It includes toilets, picnic areas, seating, water play for dogs, a hose to wash them off, and play equipment. This is the area that older adults, people with disabilities, and people who have, and people with disabilities, it is precisely the area that is proposed to be restricted. If that happens, these groups will lose their only practical off-lead area. For Linklater to serve its full community, the entire park, not just the less interactive back, must remain off-leash.
Elizabeth, can I just ask you to, time has expired, just wondered if you could round off your...
Wow, I should have timed myself before I started. I'd just like to say that the issues that are raised by a small minority misrepresent what Linklater actually offers. The overwhelming response from the wider community demonstrated the opposite. Linklater is already a place of balance, fairness, and belonging. I strongly urge the Council to show fiscal responsibility, to respect the clear majority, and to ensure that Linklater Reserve remains accessible, inclusive, and fully off-leash for the benefit of all who rely on it.
Thank you very much. We have a submission that's going to tuck in on an absent submitter, or one that's declined subsequently, is submission number 866, Alan Wall. Welcome. Submission 866, Alan Wall.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on this. I've found Linklater Park fantastic for what it does offer the community. I've lived up in that part of town, but now living out Fitzherbert. I've visited a park in Wellington that is fenced with very high fences, and it's about a quarter of the size, if that. And the dog numbers are mostly 5 and 6 times more than we have here. So we are extremely lucky, and I think it's a fantastic facility we've got. I've met people at the park that have travelled regularly from Dannyvirk, Paiatua, and as other people were saying, from Levin to use this park because it is such a great facility. I think people are like dogs. We don't all get on, and at times dogs do shy off others. I've a Labrador myself, and he finds the biggest problem is the small dogs, which I call floor mops. They all go, rah, 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 this sort of thing, and he sort of thinks, oh, you're not very friendly. And so we just keep walking sort of thing. So that's fine. Aggressive behaviour at the park, no, I've never seen it, and I've been going as long as the park's been open, so it's a great facility. It concerns me a little bit about having an area for dogs with leads, because how do you police it? You're going to put somebody in a gate, in a box there, like a toll man who says, this is a lead area, sorry, and there was a submission about cameras and that. I'm thinking of my rates, and Palmy's rates aren't too bad when you look at other parts of the country, but the more changes you make, the more it's going to cost. And so let's be realistic with it and stick with the status quo. You see numerous people there, and the lady did speak before about access and that sort of thing. I've met a lady on numerous occasions, and she's very elderly. She's got 5 floor mops that she takes with her. She pushes a little doll's buggy, and one of them she actually puts in there at times because it doesn't walk that well. And she goes right around that park, and she's slow as a wet week. And she always says to me, how's Thomas, my dog? And we have a bit of a chat, and I smile to myself, and I think this is fantastic. But to make it a park with leads, I don't know how you're going to do it practically without it costing a lot of money and basically upsetting a lot of people who are going to say, oh, blow it, I'll just go down to the river, or the other parks where there are signs, keep your dog on a lead, and they won't. And I maybe am a little bit guilty of that myself. We had a scenario with COVID, and I was told on a few occasions down the river, your dog should be on a lead, the council rules. And they go, where's the councillors? Where's the gatehouse sort of thing? Who's going to tell me off? Sorry, I'm off. But it's a credit to the city, it really is. And I think it's one of the first speakers we had said we should have a big banner up there saying Linklater Park, best in New Zealand. And it is, it's fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up if there's any questions, Alan.
Certainly.
And actually there aren't. You're very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Kevin Lowe, submission number 566, to present.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr Mayor and councillors, thanks for the opportunity to convey my views on the reserve. I've been a lifelong dog owner and have regularly used this facility since it was opened. I'm here to plead for retaining the reserve just as it is. We walk quickly around the reserve for about an hour every time we visit, and it's the highlight of our dog's week. One mention of the dog park and she's in the car waiting patiently. When I first heard the Kelvin Grove Community Organisation had reported bad and scary experience in the park, I was quite surprised, and in all my dozens of visits, I have not witnessed or heard any bad behaviour by free-running dogs at all. In fact, quite the opposite is my observation, and by that I mean that dogs on leads are much more likely to be antisocial. And so this is the point I wish to leave with you. Dogs learn socialisation skills primarily from being able to run free. dog owners know this by observation and realise just how important free running time is to their dog. Dog owners are trying to do the right thing. I'd like to point out that this reserve is the only fenced large area in the city where dogs can be socialised by letting them free. There are some wonderful parks throughout the city for all of us to enjoy, but this is the only large area that is fully fenced. As such, it's a unique facility with no alternative. Dog owners enjoy the privilege of having a facility such as Linklater Reserve, and we're all happier to pay the $182 licence fee to own a dog because of the Linklater Reserve. A fenced-off area such as proposed would severely curtail the benefit and usefulness of the reserve as a dog socialisation area, both by the restricted time a circuit would take and the lack of interest in ground contour in the proposed changes. I urge councillors to consider my points before making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I'll open it up if there are any questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kevin. You mentioned, and we heard from another submitter, about the importance of dogs being off lead for socialisation, some of the difficulties of doing that with a dog on lead. Can you just talk about that from your own experience, or if you've got any particular insights to offer on that?
I think it's scientifically proven that dogs are much happier and much more comfortable if they are able to roam, to go where they want, to smell what they want to smell. Dogs live by smelling. We live by sight. Dogs live by smelling. If we restrict the ability of a dog to smell, it does get more agitated. It could potentially get more aggressive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no further questions. That moves us on to Kate Argyle, submission number 262.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wish to address the question on whether Linklater Reserve is a safe park for all users, both dog owners and non-dog owners. To do this, I refer to the council's own data from the annual dog control reports for the years ending 22 and 23 and 24. These reports confirm that there are approximately 9,600 to 9,700 registered dogs in the council area during these periods. Within that population, in the year ending 23, there were 113 dog attacks recorded. In the year ending 24, there were 141 dog attacks recorded. Of these, across both years, 51 and 41 incidents respectively involved attacks on other animals, with only 8 cases over the 2 years being classified as serious. Importantly, only 1 successful prosecution was brought in total across both years. Looking specifically at locations, in 2023-24, 27 attacks were recorded in the Culver Grove area. Of these, only 5 were at Linklater Reserve and just 1 was deemed to be serious. When considered in the context of usage, this demonstrates that Linklater Reserve is no more dangerous than other parks. In fact, given the high level of use, the number of serious incidents is proportionately very low. Council records confirm there are 134 parks and reserves under Palmerston North jurisdiction, with 11 in the Culver Grove area. Of these, only 2 are designated off-leash, Frederick Cole Reserve and Linklater Reserve. Linklater is unique in being the only fully fenced reserve, which makes it a vital, safe facility for dogs to exercise freely, something essential for their well-being, as supported by other speakers so far. As As a daily user of the park, I can attest that the majority of people who visit with their dogs are respectful, responsible, and considerate. The atmosphere is overwhelmingly positive and social. There also appears to be an attempt by some individuals to frame Linklater as a local-only Kelvin Grove community park. However, as a Palmerston North City ratepayer, I believe all residents have the right to access and enjoy such facilities. Living nearby does not grant exclusive rights, no more than living next to Manfield would entitle someone to prevent motorsport from being held there. Democracy at its heart reflects the will of the majority, not the preference of a vocal minority. Based on both the data and experience, I believe the concerns raised have been overstated. The evidence does not support the idea of a significant safety issue at Linklater. I therefore respectfully submit that the status quo should remain and that Linklater Reserve continue to serve as a valuable, safe and inclusive space as it currently is. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We do have a question. Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. Just reading your submission there, at one point there you say you 100% agree that the area around the children's playground, toilets, flying fox, etc., could easily be fenced off as total non-dog area. So you are, like others, quite happy to look at a compromise situation, perhaps to protect the safety of young people who might be at the park?
Yeah, I do. I just feel that there is already sufficient adequate other areas within that distance. I would, bottom line, yes, I would support a fencing off around the existing playground, toilets, and the barbecue and seating areas, which would stop people who don't put their dogs on lead from their dogs going on there, possibly defecating on an area where you've got children on swings. It would just eliminate dogs urinating on where people are sitting down to have a barbecue. It's not that hard to put a number 8 wire fence up around there with a gate, maybe with a tie. So if you have to use the toilet facilities, you can tie your dog on the barrier. So while you're in the toilet, unless you take your dog in with you. But yeah, I do think there is. I think I speak for the majority of owners when I say, like obviously everyone wants to use the facility. It's a great facility. The compromise would be to fence off that play area.
Thank you, Kate. Well considered. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting today. Now I'd like to invite Ewan Cameron, submission number 416. Welcome.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity. I've changed my mind on thinking about Linklater Park, and I provided a revised thoughts yesterday afternoon, and I hope they've been circulated. I agree with what the people I've heard before, so I'm not going to go over that. I think that, though, we need to emphasise that Linklater Park is a safe place for dogs to exercise, but also their owners, and a good place for them to socialise. So I don't know many of the people I walk around Linklater Park with twice a week. I'm not a dog owner, but I do exercise a dog. I walk round, our dogs play, or sometimes they don't play, and they wander off in different directions and do things. But I talk to the owners. I spend my time thinking about issues of the world. We've solved a lot of them as we wander around, and I think it's a great place for that. I don't now think that changing and sticking a fence down and spending all sorts of money repathing and redoing fences is a good thing. I arrive in the morning during the week, walk my dog up to just past, there's a sort of ditch with all sorts of growth in it, walk there, and she's let off, and she takes off past the gazebo and off we go. On our way back, she's a retriever type, and she loves getting into the little bit of stream there, and she fishes stuff out, and she has great pleasure pulling out bottles, cans and stuff, sticks them on the bank, and when I say good dog and take them off, I stick them in my bag and take them and dump them in the rubbish. She feels she's contributing, she loves it. So it's a great thing. So I've revised. I at one stage suggested putting a fence, dog-proof fence halfway along. I think that's a silly thing. I think we should stay where we are, save council money, and use the dog control or dog owners or dog walkers' responsibility an acknowledgement of where we fit in this community, to just leave it as it is. We take our dogs to a place where they and us are safe and comfortable, and the other people there are safe and comfortable. We go on and do our dog walk. It's the same, I think. I've been walking down at Ongley Park, take the dog on a walk down there. We don't fence the cricketers off when they're playing their game. We rely on the social understanding that that's a game and an activity that's standalone, and we go from there. We don't walk our dog through the cricket game. So I think it's the same sort of thing. Linklater Park is a Palmerston North resource, and responsible users use it responsibly. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up for any questions. And there have been none. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Rose Burns, submission number 436.
It's not going to be nice to me. Sorry, I was trying to get the timer going. Hi, I'm here to say that I'm so in support of the fact that the park remains off-lead. I have never been to Linklater until a friend of mine took me for a dog walk there, and my mind was absolutely blown. That was at the point when I decided I was going to fulfill my lifelong dream of having a dog. And it was the best. I have been able to exercise, I have been able to go out and enjoy, socialise, and I have made some very good friends. And every dog owner I have spoken to has overwhelmingly said how blessed they are to have this park. The fact that you're talking about reducing the size, you've never seen a Russian greyhound run across that park if you think 15 rugby fields is enough. They absolutely gallop, and it's a beautiful sight. And you can understand why the nobles of the day used to want them. If you think that cutting off the wetlands area is appropriate, you've never seen a Labrador absolutely adoring itself as it gets in that water, shakes itself off over everyone in the vicinity. This is a very important part of all of the dog owners, 10% of Palmerston North. They go there, they socialise, and they have fun. If they have a dog that is problematic, the park is big enough as stands that they can avoid each other. I am very irked that a small minority has been so vocal and brought us to this point when the submissions in the first place were overwhelmingly in support of Linklater staying as it is. In my original submission, I suggested that you move into it and make it more of a tourist attraction. I know of people who travel up to the Napier region who, because there is a beautiful park there with streams and everything. And for those that think that you can cut off the wetland, that will leave Anamate is the only place where dogs can really get in and play in the water. And if you haven't been keeping up with the news, there have been tragedies there. I do not want any deaths that could have been prevented by cleaning up and getting into the Linklater area. I really hope that you guys understand how important it is to everyone who goes there. And it is, I work weekends, so I go there weekdays, and I can tell you that it is always busy. There are so many people there, and they love it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up for any questions. There have been none. Thank you very much, Rose. Now I'd like to invite Gillian Evans, submission number 491, to present.
Never done this before.
Oh, well, welcome.
I am totally against fencing off for the dogs at Linklater. I think, looking back to the history of the Linklater Reserve, I think the council has done a wonderful job to make it as it is today. And I think it would be a real shame to cut it in half, which is basically what you're looking at. I think there's a lot of people that use that park. There are people with children and dogs. The children play in the park and the dogs go for a walk. The best area you want to fence off is the area that's paved. There's a lot of people with wheelchairs that take their dogs through there, you know, and they will be cut off by having to have those dogs in a lead. There's the only place that they can safely have a fenced-in area. People take their puppies to be trained up there. They know they can't get out because there are lots of people that look out for puppies in that area. Because dog walkers are quite a sociable breed. They can stand and talk to complete strangers for half an hour about their dogs. If you've got to do any fencing, I think you need to look at the children's area, but just that area. I think, in all reality, Linklater Park, you're trying to make it all things for all people. It's meant to be a country park. It's too small to be a country park. If you look at country parks over the world, they are massive places with no fences. So I think leave Linklater as it is. I'm a ratepayer of Palmerston North. I'm a dog owner. I take my dog down the river. You've got to avoid the bicyclists down there, the cyclists. Your dogs take their life into their hands down the river. There's nobody policing the cyclists down there who speed through like it's the Tour de France. So, you know, you talk about people having dogs on leads. Who's going to police that? You don't see anybody down the river looking after the cyclists. Who's going to be looking at the people with their dogs off leads? There's going to be a whole lot of problems that you don't need, you know, with some people that will not put their dogs on a lead. So please leave it as it is or fence off the children's area if you must. But I think it's a good amenity for all of the ratepayers of Palmerston North. There's loads of children's parks, you never see a dog, you know, because you know you're not allowed. Most of us are good dog owners. We pay our rates, we pay our dog fees, and we want to take our dogs to a place that's safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up for any questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Gillian. You raised the point about, I guess, people being able to socialise through dog walking. Could that happen if the dogs were still on a lead, or would it be a different scenario?
I think for us as new dog, when we first took our dog up there, she was a puppy, and it was and she didn't listen. Dogs don't sometimes, as puppies. And she would socialise with other dogs, and then you'd stop and talk, you know, to people. And there's a lot of elderly people that take their very, very elderly dogs, and that's the only place they can take their dogs safely. They might not go through to the big area. They might not drive round the road, you know, where the other park is. They'll just go to the paved area where it's safe for them to walk. Other places are not safe for those elderly people or for the disabled, you know. The best bit you want to take away from the dog owners are the paved areas, where there's lots of people that can't walk properly, and there are also people that take their children to the dog park. They can keep an eye on their children and have their dogs running free as well. So I'm sorry, but it's a complete waste of money and a complete abomination that you would take this park away from dogs and their owners.
Thank you very much, Gillian.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. presenting today. Now I'd like to invite John Hornlow, submission number 520, and you are well familiar with the facilities and the processes here, John.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, it's good to be back at the table again with you. Thank you for a good 3 years that you've put in. All the best with the elections coming up. I speak in support of just keeping things as a status quo. I don't think there's any point in spending large amounts of money on things that won't be policed, but I have a different view of Linklater, having voted for it when it came in. I exercise my dog and the family's dogs at many of the parks around the place, and by the way, excellent Parks and Reserve staff who maintain those. Bledisloe Park, Pitt Park, Riverwalk, Esplanade, etc., etc. But I no longer use Linklater block because I have a different experience, and that is that with a smaller dog now, the other dogs off the lead will leap all over my dog, terrorise it, and sometimes I can feel intimidated myself. It's not a relaxing experience. I don't want to see things changed. I think there's a great there. The problem is that actually we have a lot of owners, or some owners, who are worse than their dogs, and in terms of being trained. And every dog owner who has spoken before is a responsible person. That's great. It's the irresponsible it's the irresponsible owners that we're dealing with, and no sign or fence will really stop that. I think the idea of having an area properly fenced off, low fence around the barbecue area, the toilets, etc., would be very good. It stops the dogs pooing in that area, which is not pleasant. And most of the owners that I know pick it up, but enough don't. In terms of Councillor Johnson's thing about socialising, great socialising, but it doesn't matter whether the dog's on the lead or not. People will stop and talk to you. So, you know, my experience is that I've had enough of going up there and not being able to relax as I can in other places, simply because of poorly trained owners who haven't trained their dogs either. So I've got 45 years of experience with dogs in this city, and as I said, visited, you know, virtually all the parks, the main parks anyway, in the city, and will not longer, well, maybe occasionally use Linklater, but prefer not to. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a question, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, John, for your submission. As you'll be aware, the vast majority of submissions we received, both in the sort of pre-consultation period and on the actual proposal, didn't support any change. So what is your view? I mean, you know, you've sat around the council table yourself. What is your view on a reasonable outcome here?
Oh, I think the reasonable outcome is that we actually keep the status quo. I don't think there can be any benefit in sectioning off the area. So I would keep it as is, and I apologise for my phone. It was on silent, but it's ringing.
Okay, so you're now saying that you think we should keep the status quo?
I do, except I like the idea of an area where people can eat and so on without being marauded by other people's dogs.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John. Just interested in your observations, given that you are one of the few people so far that have spoken to us that don't have a level of comfort with taking your own dog there. Given that you know a few people in the community and probably have a few chats with those people on and off, do you find that other people have that same concern as well?
I've spoken to a few. I know of one that was pretty badly attacked. Yeah, I think people need to be able to go to places where they and their dogs are respected. It's a brilliant place to go, as are nearly everywhere else.
So there are options for those people.
Absolutely,
and yourself.
there are good options.
Great,
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John. No further questions. Now I'd like to invite Christy Ward, submitter number 628, to present.
Good morning.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
Mr Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kirsty Ward. I've been taking my 2 Dalmatians to Linklater Reserve for the last 4.5 years. We drive in most days from Ashurst. We do have, obviously, the Ashurst domain pretty much on our doorstep. However, I haven't had good experiences there in the past, both from people who do choose to walk their dogs there on the leash. I prefer to leave mine on the leash and to have that freedom to run and play. And certainly there are dangers there for my dogs, particularly the river. I am aware there's been dogs swept away before, and I certainly wouldn't want to put my dogs at risk. We feel extremely safe at Linklater Reserve, and as others have already spoken and alluded to, it is a wonderful area for socialising not only the dogs but for humans as well. I see my dogs, as other dog owners do, as an extension of my family. To me, they are more than pets. I know they're animals, but they're also an extension of my family. And I, as a registered nurse, really appreciate the opportunity to have that space and to go out and exercise, because apart from literally exercising my dogs there, I do consider myself a lazy person. And the ability to get out and enjoy the fresh air and actually make myself walk, because the dogs love it so much, I see as an invaluable opportunity. I have really loved meeting so many elderly people. I work for district nursing, and our population is potentially majority of elderly people. And the people that I've met that walk on a walking stick or a frame or push a trolley with their dogs in is really the only opportunity they get to go out and exercise as well. And I think if we take that away from them, it's a process of discrimination that I feel very strongly about. I know people who literally only go there, that is their only exercise. Their dogs are reliant on that, both young, middle-aged dogs and elderly dogs. And, you know, there's a few people there, particularly on walking sticks, who, if you suddenly ask them to manage their stick, manage a leash and their dogs, it just simply wouldn't work for them, and it would take away their opportunity for their exercise. You know, we really promote leisure in this city, and, you know, I've lived here all my life, nearly 55 years, and I'm proud to say that. And until I literally became a dog owner, I didn't realise what an invaluable facility it is there. So as much as I have in the past supported fencing off the area again by the BMX track, and moving the plane forward to the other children's areas, I have to say I've somewhat changed my opinion today, and I do support it being an off-the-leash area completely, so that those people who are disabled and elderly can use that front facility. And again, I would also very much support fencing off the children's play areas, if it makes them feel safe, and also to keep the dogs off that area, because I do appreciate that as an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair, and thanks Kirsty, and thanks for your submission. Again, I just want to tease out, in your submission, you actually said that you would be open to certain fencing designs, and now you've actually reiterated it's really would be good to actually keep dogs off the play area and the barbecue area. Do you think that we've actually presented perhaps a bit of a closed option, and that people might be a little bit more open-minded if we actually have talked about the design a little bit more
Very much
openly?
so, yeah, very much so. I think the area that was proposed to be fenced off, it certainly, it cuts off the dog agility area. I mean, I don't know how you would expect to exercise dogs in a dog agility area on the leash, for a
sure.
start. You know, and the cost to do that proposed fencing seems quite hideous, really. Like, I did speak to somebody about if they were going to fence an area off. Like I said, I proposed the area along the fence line by the BMX area, but there is actually an existing fence there. And the response I got was, oh no, we would put a new fence in if we were going to do that. Well, again, to me, that seems crazy. The fence has been there the entire time I've been at the park. It's fine the way it is. Really, all it needs is some gates, if that was the case, by the pergola and on the other side with a sign up saying you're entering an off-the-leash dog area. So I think there's kind of ways around managing it, but being sensible and practical and just keeping financial things in mind as well too, because I'm a ratepayer too, and I pay my dog registration happily, and I don't see kind of excessive spending necessary as a solution in this. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Kirsty. Well considered, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you presenting today. Now I'd like to invite John Charlton and Paul McKenzie from the Kelvin Grove Community Association, submission number 861.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm appearing on behalf of Kelvin Grove Community Association. Paul's not able to be with us this morning. Right. Okay, just press the big button, is it? Right. Here we are. First of all, I'd like to say that we are not anti-dog or anti-dog owners, but we are very pro-safety. I'd like to make a few comments on the public consultation, which I believe was flawed. Only a minority of responses were from Kelvin Grove locals. 80% of responses were from dog owners that did not support the proposal, and I acknowledge that. I would say that the consultation was therefore not representative of the city as a whole, as less than 10% of residents are dog owners, and most dog owners think that their right to exercise their dogs over the whole reserve outweighs the right of all local residents to enjoy the park free of risk, and I don't think this is right. The four main objections to the proposals were, or are, Linklater Reserve is one of the few off-leash dog parks in the city. This is not correct. There's one of 26 off-leash areas in the city and only comprises 12% of the 195 hectares total off-leash area. I've yet to see a good explanation why half the reserve, 11,000 square metres, including a stream, is not sufficient off-leash area at Linklater, and I'll address that at the end. Second objection, if people do not want to encounter off-leash dogs, they should go elsewhere. No, as Ross Linklater has previously explained, Council purchased Linklater Reserve for everyone, especially locals. Also, under the first three requirements of the Dog Control Act, the Council must minimise danger, distress and nuisance to all the community. Only the last requirement is to provide for dogs and owners. Excuse me. Third objection, Linklater is the only dedicated fenced dog area in the city. This may be, but if dogs are under proper control, why do you need a fence? The answer is, as we've heard, not all dogs are under proper control. As a result, other people and their dogs are regularly attacked. Therefore, we need an on-leash area at Linklater. Fourth objection, there is no problem at Linklater Reserve, so no changes are needed. Not true. As the Dog Control Act states, uncontrolled dogs are inherently dangerous. Our written submissions have detailed numerous dog attacks at Linklater and show dog attacks are twice as likely there as at the average park, based on the Council's own statistics, which will understate the problem as most attacks aren't reported. Public safety at Linklater Reserve. Palmerston North City Council has an overriding duty to ensure the safety of all park users under at least three different laws. These laws are the Local Government Act, the Dog Control Act and the Health and Safety at Work Act. We have outlined these obligations in our written submission. The duty of care is not reduced one bit by an unrepresentative survey of self-selecting respondents, no matter how many oppose the proposal. Safety is paramount. Council created a public hazard by making the reserve off-leash in 2011 and then installing play equipment without any community consultation or risk assessment in the subsequent years. It is time to correct this. Early this year, a child was killed by off-leash dogs in Katikati, so Council is well aware of the risk dogs pose to children. Currently, all dogs are theoretically prohibited within 30 metres of children's play equipment, but this is not clearly stated on the one sign, and those circles up there are 30-metre radius circles around the main play equipment. The dog agility area is beyond the play area. To take a dog from the main car park to the dog agility area, you must pass within 10 metres of play equipment. This is legal, providing the dog is on a leash. Many are not. This rule is widely ignored and not enforced, so Council is not managing the risk. And we still have 10-metre circles there, so you can see how some of the pathways are still blocked by that 10-metre radius. Decreasing the distance to 10 metres, as proposed, aggravates this problem because the distance the dog can run under control is reduced. The entire area is clearly on leash. Adopting our proposal, it only works if the entire area is clearly on leash. Adopting our proposal achieves this. The on-leash area would be clearly defined and dogs would be better controlled near the play equipment.
John, can I just point out time has expired, so if you can't...
I'll just wrap up very quickly then, if I may. Thank you, Councillor Denniston. A compromise is the area there, and you can see how big it is, about 15 rugby fields. I think a compromise will be to develop the Roberts Line area for better access to satisfy the and to relocate the dog exercise agility area, and that way we can satisfy both the dog owners and the people who are afraid of dogs. We urge councillors to do their duty to prioritise safety of the public, especially vulnerable children, over the rights of dog owners. Vote in favour of the proposal to provide a fair on-leash area at Linklater Reserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. On behalf of the Culver Grove Community Association, thank you. Can I now invite Carol Shaw, submitter number 663.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak for the submission against changing. I'd also like to compliment most of the speakers that have already spoken before me, and most of what I have to say has already well been covered. The suggestion that dogs should be on leash from the beginning of the park just would not work for us who are less mobile and usually like to let my dog off when we get through the gate. He has a good recall and cannot walk up the hill, and I cannot walk up the hill area. Thought this was a dog park and that people who wanted to just go for a walk without a dog should go to another park or a walking track. There are plenty of those in the Palmerston North area, and as a Palmerston North ratepayer for many years and also a dog owner, this is the only means of exercise my little dog gets, and he loves running free off the lead. I believe there is talk of fencing the kiddies area, and I sometimes take my grandchildren with me when we go for a walk, so this wouldn't really work unless I had to put the dog back on its lead. I couldn't really watch the children and the dog at the same time. So I hope the submission is here too, and Linklater stays as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Carol. Can you just say what would be the effect on you if it did become on lead in the front half?
Well, I probably wouldn't be able to take him there because I couldn't get up the gravel area to where you're proposing to have the off-leash area, and he loves to run free.
So you just wouldn't be able to go at all?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Carol. Do you take your dog on lead anywhere else or just to Linklater?
No, just a Linklater. Sometimes, if it's a bit cold, I might walk him around the cul-de-sac, but that's about as far as I can go.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Thank you again. Can I ask Val Burr, are you okay to come forward and present now in this session? For members and for the public, this is submission number 925.
Okay, and at least the little light is on and I don't have to worry about fighting the thing. Okay, right. Hi, everybody. I'm not going to repeat my written submission other than to say that it brought back some bad memories. However, I hope that I got across that things can go horribly wrong when dogs are off leash at the wrong times and places. My preference has been for the, this is my preference as opposed to necessarily everyone else's, in Kelvin Grove Community Association. On lead, between the on-lead and off-lead sections of the park at the tree line overlooking Kelvin Grove Road. This also stops people turning their dogs loose at the Kelvin Grove Road front gate when they haven't got a clue what vulnerable people might be in the park, perhaps even there just to use the public toilets. It also leaves the dog agility gear in the same place and doesn't clash with haymaking, which I know happens there sometimes. This has been a real eye-opener. I'd never heard of dog park, quote unquote, in relation to this property in just the last few years. It has also been incredibly stressful, contending with the many aggressive posts on the Kelvin Grove Community Association and City Council Facebook pages that often target us, including sometimes me. In fact, we've got a smashed letterbox in our driveway and we don't know why 6 times it's been smashed over in the last several months. I understand that in 2019 the park's purchase price was the equivalent of $1.2 million. I don't know what its resale figure would be now, but at a guess it's far greater than what PNCC receives as dog registration fees. I'd never imagined that City Council and others would waste such huge sums on dogs to the apparent exclusion of seemingly everyone else. This is especially confusing as I understand the documentation for the original transaction was that it was to be a park for the people. Apparently only 10% of Palmerstonians own dogs, for which they theoretically pay tiny registration fees. So how come they get to expect a 70-acre farm and believe, you know, I live in the acre days and I also live in the farm days for that property, including some of the features that other people have contributed towards, including the volunteers that planted trees there since the latter 1990s and the Kelvin Grove Association's $27,500 toward the swing bridge and flying fox. I have objected at the public committee meeting. I would have objected at the committee meetings where we okayed spending these donations if I'd had the slightest idea that the Kelvin Grove community would be seemingly denied safe access to the 2 features out of fear that they might be attacked by dogs just to use them, like the 15-year-old boy was on the flying fox just about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I understand he was ripped up there as he came down the end of the flying fox. And I expected that. I was just shocked when it happened. If all these dog owners are driving from all over town to visit the park, how come they can't also drive just up the hill to the other car park at Roberts Lane car park and go from there? You know, it's all flat. There's no problem with people doing it. Maybe they can develop it. Maybe the people who do it with the dogs can contribute some money or go out and do some personal work like other volunteers have had to do down the lower part. For my part, please leave the lower part of the park to the kids and the Culver Grove and Roslyn communities, and also to the on-leash dogs. I have no problem with on-leash dogs being down there around the equipment. And that's it.
Thank you, Val. I'll open it up if there are any questions. Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Val, can you just, I think, just give us more detail around the child that was actually attacked on the Flying Fox, please?
They were just going down there doing normal play acting on the, having fun on the thing, and came down the Flying Fox, and as it reached the end, a dog came flying up behind him and bit into him. Now, I understand that the mother put in a submission, but obviously not speaking to it, so there will be something somewhere in that paperwork. However, she left a message on the message part of our Facebook page, and I responded to her from that. So, but all I know for sure is that she was had already put in a submission several weeks ago. I don't know if she went to the council. Oh, and the person the owner of the dog vanished. And that's the other thing I'm really angry about, is when these people's dogs attack, they disappear, they grab their dog, they run. And we are, there should be some ruling that they can be treated like, there's a guy in court up north somewhere whose dogs killed someone who's up on manslaughter charges. Somewhere there should be some responsibility. If the dogs are attacking, they should be able to be charged. The owners should be able to be charged.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you,
Free
Val.
to go.
Thank you for that. At this point, we're now going to pause the hearing of submitters. Many have been scheduled for the after morning tea break, but we will move on to the summary of submission report and invite Stacey Solomon, the policy analyst, to present this item.
Atamarie, kai kunihira and kai hautu, ko ai ko Stacey Solomon, policy analyst. E te tuatahinga mihi kia koutou o te kaupapa o te rā. Thank you to the submitters who have taken the time to make submissions to the proposal of the council, and also to those who have come to speak to the committee today. It's certainly a privilege to hear from everyone about how much this reserve means to them. I'm pleased to bring you the summary of submissions for the proposed on-leash area at Linklater Reserve. The memorandum is brief, though it does still require a few corrections. Apologies for that. So since writing the memorandum, 2 of the submitters have withdrawn their submissions. So instead of 967 submissions, you now have 965. Additionally, you will have heard from your first speaker today, Ms. McIntyre, that she produced additional signatories to the petition that was submitted in the name of Elizabeth Shaw. So you now have 236 signatories to that petition. 66 of those petitioners also made a submission. So those are the corrections to the numbers that you have. To summarise the summary, a clear majority of submitters have not supported the proposal. However, a good number of submitters do support the proposal. You'll also have noticed, reading through the material, that there were quite a number of alternative proposals being made in response to what the council has suggested. So I won't go over again what the submitters have said today, because they've broadly addressed all of the themes that we have listed for you. We'll go into more detail about those in your deliberations report. We are planning to provide that deliberations advice to this council. So you will expect to see that sometime in the near future. Other than that, I have no other information other than what is in the summary of submissions at this time, but I do welcome your questions from the committee, particularly any of those that you would like to see specifically addressed in the deliberation.
Thank you, Stacey. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Stacey. There's been a couple of comments made that the consultation was flawed, or that it was somehow unfair or not representative. Could you comment on your thoughts on those comments?
Sorry, Stacey, I think we've undone your mic here. Thank you.
Sorry,
Go for it again.
That was my fault. Through the chair, I do somewhat disagree with those comments, only insofar as we have tried to make available in as many ways as possible the information to anyone who has an interest in making a submission on this proposal. We used a range of different methods. We provided material online, we hosted drop-in sessions where we were able to talk to people face-to-face and encourage them to make submissions. We provided social media posts, we included media releases, we had signage at the reserve so that directly affected people would know. We contacted local schools, we contacted local community groups. I think we even contacted horticultural groups because they may have an interest in the wetlands. So it was a broad consultation, and anyone who wished to make a submission was able to do so, anyone with an interest.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding statistics about dog attacks citywide and at Linklater, some statements were made and some submissions about those. Councillors have also been provided with some statistics. Will your report for deliberations include an analysis of those statistics so that we can be sure about the data and what it shows?
Yes, we will be able to provide that information. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Stacey. My questions is around, and I want to know if you can put this into the report. Submitter 261, Mama Minnie, talked about policing and how we were going to enforce if we did make the changes going ahead. Will your report come back to us on that? Just because it was brought up through that submission?
Yes, it was through the chair. That was also brought up through a number of other submissions as well, you'll have seen. We will be able to address that. I will seek the advice of our regulatory teams in assisting with providing that advice.
And the cost of that as well? And the education factor as well?
I may have to refer that question on to someone from development and regulatory.
Just if that can come back in the report, that's all I'm asking, if those things could come back into the report.
Sure. Yes, I'm getting a nod from Kerry Lee.
Great, thank you. That's all I was wanting to ask. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
I'm not Councillor Naylor.
Oh, okay. I might come back to you, Councillor Naylor. I might go to Councillor Wood. This is not married up on the system, but go for it.
Oh.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Stacey. Just on a similar line to Councillor Johnson, some submitters have said Linklater's, one of only 2 dog off-leash areas. Some have said it's one of 26 dog off-leash areas. I can think of 4 off the top of my head. Will the final report give us some very clear information about what percentage of off-leash space this makes up in the city, so that we can get a full understanding of the picture?
We can definitely provide that information. That should be easy to pull from the mapping systems.
Thank you very much. And one submitter made some comments around our legal responsibilities in terms of protecting the safety of the community. Will we have some legal advice when it comes to that as to what our obligations are as well?
We can provide that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This time, Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just in terms of the next steps on page 20, outlines that the recommendations will come back to council meeting at a later date this year. Is that likely, what's the time frame likely to be for that?
Through the chair, we are looking to have that, well, this deliberations advice with you for your September council meeting. It will time in with the reporting of the Section 10A dog reports as well.
Okay, lovely, thank you.
Zebba Ballin, Councillor Zebba Ballin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Stacey. I had a couple of questions. One was that I wondered, when we first discussed the report, there were many different configurations for on-leash and off-leash that we considered before landing on this one. Was that made clear in our communications, or have the suggestions that have come forth in submissions for alternatives have been organically driven by park users?
Through the chair, the answer to your question, I think, is both of these things. So we did provide the information about all of the options that council had considered. However, I think you'll have seen, and it is one of the themes that has come through, is that people have suggested one of the alternative arrangements that we also put up in our first report. That has come through quite organically for a number of submitters. I think that the suggestion that they are making simply makes more sense to them and how they are using the reserve day to day.
Thank you. If under the Reserves Act, if we did want to amend or adopt a different proposal, what process is set out in the Reserves Act for that? Do we need to reconsult, or what's the process?
That wouldn't be a Reserves Act process. That would be something we would continue within your usual process under the Local Government Act and under your responsibilities through the Dog Control Act as well.
Great, thank you. And just lastly, there's on page 14 of the report, it has an extract from the petition that we received from the Culver Grove Association, and it says multiple instances of people and dogs being attacked at Linklater by uncontrolled dogs show that the current policy of an encouragement and education doesn't work. I just wondered, from a policy and resourcing perspective, is that something that we proactively pursue and resource?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I am going to need to refer that one on, I believe, to animal management.
Team leader, animal management. So typical process at this time is if a member of the public does experience.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Sorry. So the current process at this time is if a member of the public experiences any behaviour they don't like within the city, they will report to council and we'll investigate, generally patrol the park and try and make contact with the dog owners. Yeah, so I guess if we're not getting complaints from the public, then there's less engagement there with dog owners.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Stacey, for the report. Look, I've noted through the submissions, and also it's come out this morning from a number of the submitters, that they would be happy to look at some compromise, which is perhaps not documented in the proposal that has been, I guess, consulted on. So when we actually have the final report, would we have a more accurate understanding of that level of compromise within the submitters?
Yes, we will be able to bring that back. There are multiple submissions that referred to a range of different alternatives to what was proposed, so we'll bring back information on all of those alternatives as well as advice on the achievability of them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Stacey. I was just interested to hear that some submitters withdrew their submissions and just wondered if there was any reasons given around that.
Through the chairperson, for some of them, no. So for some of the withdrawn submissions, no reason was given. They simply asked to withdraw. For at least one submitter who I spoke to, they were concerned about having their personal information online, basically.
Thanks. And just in terms of the submission process and the way that that was flagged to submitters, do you think it was clear to submitters that they would end up with personal information, at least their name, being online, or did that come as a surprise to that submitter?
I think that submitter was unaware of that. We do try to make that very clear in all of our documentation that we will publish a submitter's name, but certainly not their contact details.
Yeah.
I then explained to the submitter that if they wanted to make an anonymous submission, there are ways that they could do so. The council would still be considering the feedback. It was at that point their choice to withdraw the submission.
Thanks, that's helpful. And in terms of late submissions, were there requests for late submissions as well?
I received a number of requests for late submissions. I believe a few were received by the governance team as well.
And were any of those requests granted?
I am not certain. I would have to check that.
I understand they weren't.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Stacey. In the final reports, are we going to see attendance statistics for the 3 information sessions that Council put on for the members of the public?
Thank you for your question. We had 2 drop-in sessions this time round. We had 1 drop-in session in early engagement or pre-consultation. I think off the top of my head we had around, across both drop-in sessions, we had 47 people, but I can confirm that and include it in writing in your deliberations advice.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Thank you, Stacey. As Chair, I'm happy to move the recommendations before us that the committee receive the memorandum titled Submissions, Proposed Linklater Reserve Dog on Leash Area, presented to the Strategy and Finance Committee on the 20th of August 2025, seconded by Councillor Naylor, and invite a vote. That has passed 12 votes for. Thank you. We might move to the adoption of the minutes, and I'm happy to move the minutes of our meeting on the 28th of May 25 be approved, seconded by Councillor Naylor. Open up for any matters arising. There being none, I'd now like to invite a vote. That has passed 11 votes for and 1 abstention. That gets us to a point where we might adjourn this meeting for a morning break. We'll reconvene in 20 minutes at 20 past, or more or less, 20 past 11. There is some coffee and tea refreshments for the members of the public in the links span, so please feel free to make use of that, but otherwise we'll be back in here at 20 past. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. We'll now reconvene our Strategy and Finance Committee meeting. Can I invite members to take their seats? We've had a great morning session with a number of submitters wishing to be heard, and we're going to revert back to the continuation of the hearing of submissions for the proposed Linklater Dog Reserve on-leash area. We have allocated or referred to the procedure sheet, which has been circulated to presenters. There's 5 minutes allocated for each person wishing to be heard, and that includes questions, and we'll go to questions if there's more than a minute remaining in the speaking time, if there are any, and if there's any other additional information you wish to table that would be beyond the 5 minutes that you present, you're more than welcome to table further information. The information that has been received with submissions has been part of the pack that councillors have had, and so take that as being read. Now it moves us to Helen Dollery, my apologies. This is submission number 714. Welcome to the table to present. If you use the next one over the speakers, at least it's working for that. Okay. As our Deputy Mayor may have guided, just press the right-hand button on your device there. That should bring on the speaking light, and 5 minutes when you're prepared to start. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mayor Smith, Deputy Mayor and councillors. Ko Helen Dollery, tōku ingoa. I'm a proud Palmerstonian and a dog walker. And I thank you for this opportunity to address the meeting. I'm at once delighted and a little apologetic for the sheer volume of work we submitters have given you. I won't repeat the tenor of many submissions. I'm sure you've read them all. Thank you. While endorsing the value of a large free-range fenced place within city boundaries where my dog and I can both have a long walk. That fenced bit matters. Although there are many places to walk a dog in the city, mostly on leash, they involve constantly negotiating ever more complex shared spaces. And that might be exercise for both of us, but it's not relaxing. Knowing that at Linklater, my well-socialised dog can have a mooch or a hoon within a fenced boundary without cars or bikes is immeasurably valued. And in a city that refers to itself as a dog paradise, that's pretty rare, actually. I invite you to consider what comes to mind when I say Arapuke. Likely, it's bike trails. Arapuke has many elements and can apparently be used for many recreational purposes that may not feel compatible with bikes hurtling downhill. We live with risk everywhere, and even when managed, some people may feel unsafe, purely through the physicality of bike users doing their thing there. Yet we view Arapuke as a real positive in the city, a palmy gem, healthy outdoor pursuits and a place that works well for it. And cycling group advocates have done well in making their case for such a place. So Linklater has many similarities with Arapuke, actually. It may be considered by many as a dog park, even though there's much more to that, and I know that was not its historical foundation. It too has evolved, and over the years, the opening of the back paddocks has contributed to that. Like Arapuke, Linklater comes with risks, sometimes real, sometimes perceived, so not everyone wants to use it as it is at the moment. And I'm not minimising unpleasant experiences that some people may have had there, although my worst was having a Dalmatian pee up my leg, which is pretty minor, really. But Linklater is so valued because it is beautifully suitable for allowing dogs to run, to mooch, to swim, to sniff, to socialise. And they're people too, not so much of the sniffing. That doesn't mean it isn't also for other users, as Arapuke is, but recognising the real importance of it for off-leash dogs and their people is important. So, my recommendation, and I've lived long enough to know that there's going to be something done at Linklater. My recommendation is that you do fence off the playground. That makes sense. And as a dog user, I always skirt that area anyway, because I don't have children, I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's entirely reasonable that the playground is fenced off. But that the proposed area is pulled way back, about to the pine fence line, but excluding the wetland, so that there still is a decent-sized rectangle for on-leash users to feel comfortable and to also get their dogs exercise. Ngā mihi. Thank you.
Thank you. Open up for questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Helen, for your submission. In your written submission, you said that you felt pretty unheard by council and felt that your voice had been marginalised. Can you explain why that was?
That was actually explained to me when I went to one of the council meetings at the library, that about process, basically, that a lot of us felt that we had already had our say, and that 2/3 of submissions in that previous iteration had really firmly and strongly advocated for off-leash areas. And that we felt that we were going through it all again, and that was the unheard bit, Lorna.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for explaining that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming today.
That's it. Thank you.
Next to be called, Lynette Baker, submission number 863. Welcome. Is this microphone going to work? Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Councillor Denison.
Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk today. I have limited capacity of time to talk, so I'm talking directly to the needs of the disabled community. I come from the personal perspective is I have postgraduate diploma in rehabilitation. I have worked with the disabled community professionally for 27 years. And on top of that, I have multiple sclerosis. For people that don't understand the limitations of multiple sclerosis, I'll just give you a quick resume. It deals with the central nervous system, and the limitations that are imposed aren't all mobility. It can affect any area of the central nervous system. People see me with a walking stick. As well as using a walking stick, I use a mobility scooter and a wheelchair. I try not to use them, but when I'm walking longer distances or taking a dog out, I need to either use the mobility scooter or the wheelchair. I have tried taking the mobility scooter to Linklater, but it's too far for the dog. And so if I go there, I need to take my wheelchair, and I use one of the disabled car parks. Now, I see the presence of the disabled car parks, so the council is well aware of the needs of the disabled community. I don't know if council recognises responsibilities going beyond the disabled car parks, but the issues surrounding the disabled community go beyond just mobility, and I can talk to some of those issues. When I take my dog, my household is 3 adults, myself, my husband, my 41-year-old niece, and we own a fox terrier, and my niece owns a Staffordshire Bull Terrier. So we have 2 dogs that interact on our property. Currently, my husband is not well, and so we are needing the assistance of other people to assist with the needs of a fox terrier with her walking. So I can use the mobility scooter if I'm using the urban area, but definitely need the walking, the wheelchair. Now, when I approach the park, immediately on your entrance into the park, there is a wide-ranging area where, if I take my daughter's dog, I keep him on lead while he does his business, so I can deal with that and deal with the rubbish while I'm still in that area. But as you go up the hill, the area to your left, I have never seen utilised by children. I've only ever seen it utilised by dogs, with balls, with running contraptions, and it is a place of joy for the animals. When I go up the hill, there is immediately the children's play area and the toilets. Now, I speak to multiple sclerosis here, but urology issues affect a wide range of the disabled community. If you eliminate the area where the play area and the toilets are, you will need to really consider putting in conveniences elsewhere in the park that can be accessed by the wider community. When I go up the hill, when I have been in my wheelchair going as far as the 4th paddock, I have had to retreat. I don't know if the area there has been amended, but at the very end of the track, there is a very sharp incline down, which is totally unsafe to take a wheelchair or a mobility scooter down. That particular time, I retracted and had to go back down the way I had come, and I have never attempted to go down into paddock 4 again because of those issues. I'm unaware if they have been corrected or amended.
Can I just ask if you could round out, the time has expired.
Yes.
Just round out your closing point.
Okay, well, I will round up, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynette. Appreciate you coming here today and bringing that point across. Thank you very much. Can I now invite Morris Job to the table and submission number 766?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak. As you'll have seen, I am a Linklater Reserve user. I own dogs. I do not live in Culver Grove, but I do live in the city. And I do not support the change to restrict the reserve. I've had to change my position slightly. In the middle of the night recently, a couple of things occurred to me. The first is that Linklater is the only significant park area in the city where free exercising of family pet dogs is the priority. Ahimati Park's dedicated dog area, whilst useful, is very small. All other off-leash areas or reserves are shared with a walk or a cycleway. There are pressure groups all over the place, and an example is the riverbanks near Maxwell's Line, where cyclists presume that they have priority on the pathways. They ride at speed and give no warning of their approach. Many of them don't. Woe betide any dog walker who does not clear themselves or their animal out of the way. We have been abused a number of times and have narrowly avoided our dogs being injured by bicycles. The second, I've seen many people at Linklater playing fetch with their pets, which is not possible at Ahimati. It's too small and would be disruptive to non-dog owning users of other parks in the city. Often this is on the front lawn area, the slope that faces Peter Hall Drive. And I think this is because this area is mine, whereas the back area that is proposed for free running dogs is not. You play ball up there, you lose the ball. If this area at the front of the reserve is made on leash only, how much use will this great open space get? I would suggest none. If people have to keep their dogs on leash at all times in this area, you'll only see walkers with their pets on the path. The open space will be unused and wasted. The cynical part of me suspects there is a hidden agenda there. It seems to me this is a squeaky wheel situation. A number of city residents use this park for its intended purpose to freely exercise their dogs in a family-friendly environment. It is not a Kelvin Grove park. It is funded by the whole city. All park users, with or without dogs, must be aware of this. Yet there are some who think that this primary purpose should be restricted for their own desires. How many people do the Kelvin Grove Community Association actually represent? And how many signatures were on their petition? The city has over 9,500 registered dogs. I would suggest that represents somewhere around 9,000 households owning dogs. So that's a lot more than just in the Kelvin Grove area. The park is right on the fringe of the Kelvin Grove subdivision, and therefore there are other shared user reserves within the suburb. So what is the group having this say? I no longer accept that some of the reserve could be made on lead. I have heard alternative thinking on that, and yes, there is merit in it. It's certainly the playground area. It is the only secure, and by that I mean fenced, dog exercise park on that side of the city. There are other parks within walking distance where dogs must be leashed or are banned or have to share with other users. To satisfy a minority of reserve users, the majority who do use it, responsible dog owners, are being penalised by being restricted. The reserve is large and is used by some people who keep their dogs on leash amongst those who allow theirs to run free. I would suggest from my observations that free-running dogs outnumber those kept on leash. So why is half the area being designated as an off-limits to that majority, and the remaining minority will not be able to fully use the restricted area because they've got to be on lead? I'm not going to run around that front lawn with my dog on a lead. If you come to an off-leash dog park, you should expect dogs to socialise with you or your dog. You cannot cope with this. I suggest there are many other parks and areas where dogs are allowed but must be on leash. You could go there instead of demanding that other citizens, the majority of the reserve users in this instance, be restricted in their enjoyment of the reserve. The tax for owning a dog in this town is at the upper end of those across the country. Yet legitimate law-abiding dog owners get virtually nothing for it. We don't even get an annual dog tag anymore. I am standing up for my rights as a dog owner who keeps their animals properly controlled, for which I pay a ridiculous amount for no other benefit. And this proposal means that it is being further reduced. Never in close to 40 years I've been in this town have my dogs been recovered by animal control or found wandering. So don't tell me that all dog owners should carry the cost of managing uncontrolled dogs. Incidents between dogs are inevitable. It is the nature of dogs.
Morris, can I just highlight your time has expired, but if you could just close off your rounding point.
Yep. It is Incidents between dogs are inevitable. It's lamentable, but inevitable, and it's the responsibility of the owners to manage and mitigate it, not imposing unnecessary restrictions on those of us who manage our animals properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here today and speaking to your submission. Can I invite Catherine Reddy, submission number 879, to the table? Just to the right, yeah, on that console is on the right-hand side, maybe, is it the other side? Yep, you're good to go.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Catherine Reedy, taku ingoa. This is my fourth submission to the Palmerston North City Council to share my views against the proposed changes to the off-leash area at Linklater Reserve. I have made 2 written submissions, attended 1 community meeting at the Kelvin Grove Community Hall, which is less than 2 kilometres from my house, and now this oral submission. My view is that the park rules and expectations should stay as they are. That is, that the park is open to all of the community and that dogs can be off-leash but under the control of their owners, as is the case presently, with the exception of the swing playground. The many owners who take their dogs to the park loved that it is a fenced, large and beautiful wild space for dogs to run freely in. In such an environment, the dogs get fully and safely exercised. It is also a very social place for dog owners, their families and their dogs who frequent it. It particularly allows dogs to become well socialised and happy. The park overwhelmingly is used by dog-owning families. Last week on my 3 visits to the park with my dog, I noted the visitors who are at the park at the same time as myself. My walk time and the dog play, run, socialised time is generally about an hour. On Sunday the 10th August at 9 a.m, I met 12 people, including 1 family group with their 1 or 2 dogs. There were also 2 walkers and 1 golf frisbee player. On Tuesday the 11th at 1:40 p.m, there were 14 people, their dogs and 1 walker at the park. On Wednesday the 13th at 1:45 p.m, there were 9 people and their dogs, plus 3 walkers and 2 golf frisbee players. I reiterate, the park is frequented mostly by dog owners exercising their pets, and there is plenty of room for other people also. On the weekends, after school and in the holidays, there is a wider variety of park users, especially families with dogs and children. It's great to be able to exercise your kids and your dogs at the same place. However, between the weekday hours of 8 a.m. to 3 p.m, there is rarely any family groups there. If the off-leash area was halved, there would be no one in one half of the park, which is unfair to the dog owners wanting to use the space. The result of the first written submission showed an overwhelming response of 69% of people wanting the park to remain as an off-leash area. If democracy and the rights of the majority mean anything, then the council should maintain the status quo. Every person must make their own decisions about where they go and how to keep their families and themselves safe. If they don't feel safe at Linklater Reserve because of the dogs off-leash, there are 2 alternative parks in Culver Grove that are dog-free for families to go to. There are also many other parks that are dog-free in the wider Palmerston North that I don't go to because I have a dog to exercise. As a dog owner, I have far less choice than the general population, and over-halving the area for dogs to exercise freely will crowd the space and more than half the enjoyment of my exercising myself and my dog at the park. Recently, as I walked Linklater Reserve, I have heard dog owners talking together. I have heard them saying that after the second written submission was asked for, they were resigned already to their voices not being heard, and that the decision had already been made by the council to halve the off-leash area. I felt saddened that they believe that this submission process is just a box-ticking exercise, that the decision is already made in favour of a few that have so many other park choices. I thank the Palmerston North City Council for ensuring that the community has been able to participate in this democratic process, and I'm sure that you will decide in the favour of the majority, as you should. Ngā mihi nui.
Ngā mihi. Did you have one question? No questions. Thank you very much, Catherine. Now call on Kim Penny, submission number 883.
Kia ora, thank you, good morning, and yeah, it's not my first time here, but this is perhaps an issue I'm most passionate about and is very, very close to my heart. Look, I've pretty well tautoko what others have been saying here this morning, but I will run through the 3 key points that I had noted. There is only one fully fenced off-leash dog park in Palmerston North. People wanting to walk without off-leash dogs can do so on every single street in the city and most other parks. The Roberts line, if we were to use that as an entrance, if we wanted to be able to have our dogs off the leash, it is less public and less secure. It is more exposed to the wind and sun, so it's not actually particularly, it's the least pleasant part of the whole park, and it has no bathroom and it has no discreet bushes either. It does also highlight, as a dog walker, that there are many of the places we can walk dogs do not have wharepaku, and that's one of the great gifts of that park, is that it does. I do want to say I understand people's concerns about dogs. My daughter used to be incredibly fearful of dogs, and I was actually quite worried that she would run in front of a car to get away from one. So I do understand that there may be a need to have places where there aren't dogs, and thus was my suggestion, sounds like many others, that the playground be fenced off so that it can just not be there and be away from that area. But I would like to suggest that the rest of the park does remain off-leash, including the lower areas and the wetland area. And I also, did you get from me, I sent a supplementary suggestion, is from Point Chev Beach in Auckland, yeah, so where they have a shared use of that beach. At certain times of the day off-leash, certain times of the day no dogs at all, and other times of the day on-leash only. So just as a suggestion, if you are, I'd rather it stayed off-leash, but if you are going to make a change, could you please keep some times that we can be off-leash with our dogs? And really, in conclusion, Linklater Reserve is a special place for me in the city. It's the joy of being down there with my dogs, especially around that wetland. And as some people have mentioned, when you arrive and all the dogs are running around, it brings me such joy, and it's been really helpful to me through some difficult times. So please don't get rid of it. Please don't take that away, and please find an alternative to meet the community needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Open it up if there are any questions. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for submission. You made the point that a number of submitters have made around Linklater being fenced, and I just want to understand that. I walk my dog down at the river, it's not fenced, I let her off leash. I'm trying to understand what's the importance of it, given if your dog is off leash, it's expected to be under control. What's the importance of Linklater being fenced versus other off-leash dog areas?
Look, I think some people have already mentioned that when you're walking down by the river, I know motocross bikes aren't supposed to be there, but often they're zooming along. I'm thinking of Ahimate, where they often are going there, and bicycles in particular, and actually I also walk them off between Fitzherbert and Albert, so again, a lot of cyclists going through. And again, yeah, look, a dog under control, they can easily just get distracted and run, especially the bicycles, I'm thinking, they're coming back to you, but they could be distracted and go over there. They're not so situated. It's a bit like being with a toddler. They're not situationally aware. You can't know what the response isn't necessarily a human adult response to a situation. So, yes, they're under control, but I'd just like to speak to also other dogs I've had have been way more content on the leash. I've been a little surprised with these newer dogs I have. They just love being off the leash, and Linklater, and I only discovered Linklater a couple of years ago with these dogs, and it's just been amazing. They just love being off. They're so joyful off the leash. Other dogs I've had, they've been quite happy being on the leash, and so I could say, even if you are a dog owner, please don't assume your dog is the only way a dog would behave, because actually different dogs do have quite different personalities.
Thank you, Kim.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Kim. Just interested if you had any information around how well these time of use approaches actually work in the real world.
The one observation I had was Point Chev, and I was down there before 10 in the morning. Look, that's my research is that I was there. I have not spoken to anyone at council as to how well that was adhered to, but there was a lot of people and a lot of dogs down at the beach at that time. I got the feel that this worked really well, and it was actually quite a lot of fun to be there because everybody there was a doggy person and everyone was there to and just enjoy that. So that's my piece of research.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kim, for being here today and presenting to your submission.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Victoria Liddycote, submission number 818, to the table. Welcome. Just to the right of that console there is a button to press, and that'll put your speaker on. There you go.
Do I have to hold it down?
No, you won't.
Oh, perfect. Hello, my name's Victoria. I live in Culver myself and have for the last 4 years. And yeah, I wanted to sort of speak on the desire to change the dog park or just the park in general. I've used Linklater over the last 4 years for a multitude of things, like the disc golf facility there, which is fantastic, but I do have a very active border collie dog myself and use it mostly for that. So I walk him 7 days a week in the morning, and over the last 3 months I've taken note of the people I have seen at the dog park on weekdays and weekends, and I've only seen 2 people without a dog. In the last 3 months, everybody else has had a dog at that park, which is awesome. And I think it's such a great facility that Palmerston North does offer. I've been going there for years, and I've had people chatted along with them that have dogs, and they've come down from Foxton, Levin, Shannon, and even Martin to come to this dog park, which I think speaks really highly of what we offer here. As regards to putting half the park on leash, I do think we are catering to a small minority of people that do prefer to have an on-leash park. We do have great facilities here in Palmerston North that are completely on leash for dogs, like Memorial Park and Victoria Esplanade. And if you want to take your kids to a park without dogs, there's so many better options. Linklater is not the best park playground for children, I've noticed. I have nephews, don't have children, but if I was going to take them to a park, it probably wouldn't be the one I'd go to. There's a flying fox and a couple of swings. That's it. Regarding walks, we have the beautiful Gorge Walk, which is completely no dogs due to wildlife, which I think is fantastic. So if you do want to do walks, Linklater being very sunny and quite warm, not the most enjoyable bush walk or outdoor walk. I would go there for location based on the fact I'm across the road, more than the fact that I want to go for a walk. And I just think that we could, keep utilising the space for dogs, because we do have quite a good number of dogs here in Palmerston North due to the fact that I just see them all the time. And I think if we make it half on leash, we're losing such a, special feature to Palmy, and we've got so many other alternatives that people can use.
Thank you very much. I open it up for any questions. There being none, thank you very much for coming in today, Victoria.
Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome forward Catherine Dixon, submission number 923, to present.
Good morning. Any proposed changes to Linklater were always going to be very contentious, because I think Palmy dog owners probably take it for granted that we have such a great amenity on our doorstep. But the reserve surely must be one of the largest public fenced off-leash spaces left in urban New Zealand. They're a bit of a dying breed. The fact Palmy caters so well for dogs is a real credit to our community, and it's one of the top reasons why I like living here, because there's no other urban area in New Zealand left which would cater so well for our dog. My grandfather, who was a foundation member of the police dog squad, had to rehome his beloved German Shepherd Max, who was the apple of his eye and his main retirement interest. When his local council rezoned the reserve, he relied on to give Max the exercise he needed. By doing so, he put Max's well-being above his own happiness and my granny's, because she preferred Grandad busy and out of her hair. And she really loved Max too, as did we all. So, along with hundreds of other people, I'd be sad and disappointed to see happen in Palmy what's happening in other places around the country, which is the incremental loss of off-leash dog areas. But, speaking as someone who's thousands of dollars out of pocket in vet fees following 2 serious attacks on my dog in the last 3 years, coincidentally both times by a pair of unregistered Neapolitan Mastiffs, the apparent dog du jour of a certain demographic, I agree that something needs to change. Those attacks didn't happen at Linklater. One was only metres from my property and the other was on the Riverside Pathway, adjacent to the adventure playground area from where the dogs came out of. But they just as easily could have happened at Linklater. The large majority of submitters to date are against the proposed change, but as you've continued to this point in the process, despite the weight of earlier submissions against it, I gather you must feel conflicted between carrying out the wishes of the majority of submitters and the very reasonable and valid concerns made by the Kelvin Grove Community Association. However, I suggest there are alternative options which would go a long way towards solving the problems and keeping people and their dogs happy and safe. One could be restricting off-leash use of the reserve to those with preferred owner status. Our community is really privileged to have such a fantastic space for dogs at Linklater. Dog owners should be deserving of the right to use it. As I've alluded to, it's relatively easy to be a good owner and raise a well-adjusted dog here in Palmy if you can be bothered. So bad owners shouldn't also have the privilege of using Linklater. In tandem, consider increasing the criteria for preferred owner status in line with that of Wellington Council, for example, whereby, amongst other things, people need to have completed a certain level of dog obedience training. That shows commitment on their behalf to being a responsible owner. We have a lot of knowledge in our community around dog training that can easily be tapped into from the likes of Tararua All Breeds Club, for example. People can be incentivised by earning a larger reduction in the annual dog registration fee. Wellington offers just over a 50% discount under their scheme, which makes it worthwhile for owners. That will also stop good proactive owners from feeling like they're essentially subsidising bad ones. Another option could be the use of honorary dog rangers to assist with enforcement. Honorary fishery officers are used to great effect all around New Zealand. I've worked with lots of them operationally and they do an excellent job due to the wealth of experience they bring to the role. Honorary dog rangers could be doing the same here. You do have the power under the Dog Control Act to enable this. Palmy has many very community-minded people who are generous with their time. It's a lovely place like that. We're also largely a community of dog lovers, so why not play to our strengths and leverage this? I'm sure volunteers would come forward if they were going to get sufficient backup in good faith from council when it comes to dealing with the few bad apples. Residents who regularly visit Linklater could easily put on a badge or a high-vis vest and perform the role while they're there anyway. Perhaps offer free registration for their dog, if any, to show appreciation from the community. Once these measures are in place and a few decent on-the-spot fines dished out, irresponsible dog owners will soon get the message to steer clear of Linklater or to keep their dogs on leash at all times. I note some of the council's discussion to date has been around the differing costs of the various proposed changes at Linklater. Before making a final decision, I ask you to think carefully about what that change needs to be. The root of this problem, of course, is that, unfortunately for dogs, anyone is allowed to own one. As councillors, you could be really avant-garde and think about solving that problem too, at least locally. You could also ban the prolonged tethering of dogs while you're at it, instead of waiting for central government to make you do the right thing. Finally, to quote a famous philosopher, the best way to fix a problem is often to subtract from it. Remove the bad owners and the problems will solve themselves. Thank you for your commitment to this process and to making Linklater a great place for everybody.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that's expired the time and appreciate your being here today. Thank you. Now can I invite Judith Lacey, submission number 960, to the table. Welcome. Yep, that one there. Welcome.
Buenos dias. I just want to acknowledge everyone who has made a submission or taken part today. I'm no stranger to this chamber or the faces around here, but it's actually terrifying. So all those times that I've sat up there and watched and listened to people, I have a huge respect for you now. Yeah, and people laughed when I said that I was nervous, but I am nervous. Now, as you see, I have brought along a photo of one of Palmerston North's most famous cats, namely Maisie. We have the privilege of living very near to Linklater Reserve, and she enjoys talking to the dogs that take the shortcut up our street to the reserve. She considers herself a bit of a dog whisperer. She loves rolling on her back and showing off her tummy and talking to them. And while she wasn't allowed to come today, her view is a bit like what Kim said, that not all dogs are the same, and not all dogs behave the same, and not all dog owners are the same. So Maisie's 3 words that she would like me to share with you are education, enforcement, and compromise. And I've heard a lot of submitters share their thoughts on that, and I hope that elected members will take that into consideration. Maisie's well aware that unlike cats, which are always well behaved and always do what they are asked, dogs are not the same. I am a proud Kelvin Grove resident, and it's coming up nearly 11 years that I've lived there. And I do share the view of Val Burr sitting behind me, that she wrote in her letter to the editor recently, that Kelvin Grove is under-resourced. And I hope you all read my submission where I got in a little dig for some of the lack of resources in Kelvin Grove, according to yours truly. And I'm sure a very simple one that would keep most Kelvin Grove residents happy would be a drop box for the library. Awapuni has a library and a drop box. Kelvin Grove has neither. I am hoping for some questions, so I will wrap up very soon. Just in response to some other submitters, democracy is much more complex than the rule of the majority. I'm not going to go into a Polls 101 lecture, but it is. I detest when people refer to Linklater Reserve as a dog park. It is not a dog park. Everyone should feel safe there. And I'm sure that elected members and officers will come up with great ways to make that happen. And yes, questions, please.
Thank you very much, Judith. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Judith. And just wondered if you'd like to expand on any of the 3 words that Maisie put in your ear: education, enforcement, or compromise.
Yes, well, there are some great, there's a sign at each entrance to Linklater Reserve, but it would be good to see those little bits of those signs more spread throughout the reserve. That when, your dog does have to be under control, and if you feel that you don't have it under control, then please keep to the far part of the reserve, and there's even a car park that you can drive up there now, so you don't have to walk through the more congested front part of the reserve. Compromise, well, it is a shared space, and we are a very intelligent community in Palmy, and I think we all realise that compromise is how we get on with each other. And enforcement, a lot of people have talked about enforcement. I think we do need animal control's eyes and ears on the reserve. Great, you came back to look at Maisie, very good.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Judith. That is expired time, and I'd like to thank you for being here today to speak to your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. That gets us to a point of needing to pause the hearing of submissions until after lunch, where the balance of submitters have been scheduled to arrive. So therefore, we'll now move to item 9 as the order of business, which is the quarterly performance and finance report period ending 30th of June 2025, and invite the officers Scott Manser, Manager of Finance, John Aikins, Manager of Project Management, and Grace Nook, Manager of Organisation Planning and Performance, to present this item. Just before I give the floor to you as officers, just for those members that want to come and hear the balance of submissions, those wishing to be heard, that will convene again after lunch, which is likely around 2 o'clock. Floor's yours.
Cool. Very early afternoon to you all. Privileged to be sitting here today with the end of financial year and the quarter 4 report. Going to take the report largely as read, but there's probably a few key highlights that I just want to make everyone aware of. So we signalled right from the start of the financial year that we were expecting a challenging year in terms of budget management, and very privileged to sit here and say that we've managed to overcome those challenges and remain wholly favourable for council. Couple of highlights from those financial results. We're favourable in the revenue space by 3.4 million, driven largely from favourable wind farm royalties and additional parking infringements coming in. On the expenditure side, we have overspent by 1.5 million, both signalled through remuneration and contractors through some of the forecasting that was done. As a result, we've actually managed to do a really significant level of maintenance, particularly in the transport space across the city. So we've done additional sweeping, pothole repairs and line marking, all of which has been driven from that spend. So a really favourable result for the city in that space. We'll take the rest of the financial report as read, but there's two things else to mention. The first is the carry forward report is attached as one of the appendices to the report, and the second is the capital WIP write-offs for the year. So at the end of each year, we have to make an assessment of our WIP balances under our accounting standards, and we've done a review of that, and some of the projects in there are outside the expected timeframes that the accounting standards allow for, so we have had to write some of those costs off, mostly relating to design work ahead of construction of assets. With the NZTA reset in November of last year, the priorities moved around a lot of those, particularly transport programs. That's meant that they're now not going to be done within the appropriate timeframe. We will be able to utilise that expenditure. Having said that, the designs that have been completed will still be able to be used when those projects are picked back up. It is an accounting treatment that we have to do that. So the designs are still valid. We just can't keep that cost sitting on the balance sheet. Apart from that, I'll hand over to John for the capital report.
Tēnā koutou I ngā rangatira o Papioia. Ko au te kai whakahaere o te tare whakahaere kaupapa, ko John Aiken taku ingoa. Greetings and salutations to the Chair and elected members of Palmerston North City Council. My name is John Aiken and I'm the Manager of the Project Management Office. The capital delivery is summarised in this report for the previous financial year, and it represents a significant amount of mahi and toil by a number of people across PNCC Kaimahi, our in-house workforce, consultants and our contractors. Year to date, the overall position saw 78% of capital works delivered by spend, and I'll note this includes 96% of the renewal work complete, and these efforts directly address the ageing infrastructure across our city. Capital delivery of projects has not been without its challenges. You'll recall Q1 weather wasn't the most favourable. External funding conditions as well as land access issues all caused additional delays, added costs, amongst the other complexities associated with delivering a wide range of projects across all areas of council infrastructure. These are represented by the projects that have been rated amber and red within the report. You will note also significant project achievements contained with Appendix 11. There was a previous council resolution to report on all capital projects with a budget in excess of $1 million, and this is summarised by the projects that we have provided in Appendix 11. These are examples where our in-house workforce, partner consultants and contractors have worked together to achieve great results across our city. Lessons have been learned regarding the capital delivery this year, and we're continuing to close out residual projects and focus on initial project actions for the current quarter, being project planning, procurement and contract establishment. Nō reira, ko ki te whakaautu part-time. Happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you to you both. We do have a range of questions. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, team, for the report. A few questions from me. If I could just start on page 31 around the capital expenditure write-offs that you started to explain, Scott. I'm just not quite grasping why the CBD Streets for People program needs $1.2 million written off. We're in year 1 of the long-term plan. That program, as far as I'm aware, is still scheduled for year 6 and 7 of the long-term plan. Why have we got ourselves into a position where we're having to write off $1.2 million when the plan's progressing as expected?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It is to do with the accounting standards that we have to abide by. The general time frame is within about 3 years for capital WIP, so we have to show progression of that project, and because that's, as you say, out in about year 6 or 7, that's twice the expected time frame. Despite council not being a tax-paying organisation, we have to abide by the similar accounting standards of tax-paying organisations, and one thing that can be done to reduce tax implications on companies is recorded as WIP. So the auditing standards are written to prevent that from happening, and councils must follow those standards as well. It's a real intricacy of the accounting standards, and we have to accurately record our expenditure, and if we're leaving it sitting as a work in progress, it's not accurately showing the expenditure we've incurred in a year.
Thank you. I guess my question is more, why didn't we see this coming, given this is what we've got scheduled into our, or did we see this coming and this is just the reporting of this is what's happening?
Yes, there's a bit of both. A couple there have result from the NZTA funding resets. A couple there, as you remember, last financial year we were very busily installing and completing the first annual report from our new system. So some of those reviews probably weren't done as timely as they should have been, and maybe some of them could have been done in the previous year rather than the current one.
All right, thank you. John, there's a lot of commentary around the delivery of the capital program, particularly around renewals and capital new. There's not a lot of commentary around us only delivering half of our expected growth expenditure. There's one comment that says we've struggled to get access onto a certain land area that we needed to negotiate with the developer, but aside from that, I don't see much in the way of explaining the $7 million difference between what we'd planned and what we've done. Are we falling behind in our growth expenditure, or what? Can you just give us a bit more context around that?
Growth expenditure is always contingent on developer, community and working in unison with what growth projects are available and can be sequenced within that time. As a result, they generally tend to lag behind capital new and capital renewal work, which is much more easy to forecast and collaborate internally within our own resources that we have available. So those are the main reasons behind not being able to achieve a higher percentage within that, because we're working alongside developments that are actively happening.
Great, so it's fair to say it's not a lack of delivery on our team's behalf?
That's my understanding.
Excellent, thank you. My last question was just on page 92, and I apologise if it's one that everybody else knows the answer to, but our rates revenue is $1.3 million ahead of what we budgeted for. Just trying to understand how that can happen, given we set rates at the start of the year across a fixed base.
Yeah, I can absolutely understand where that one's coming from. So throughout the year we'll get new subdivisions, which we won't have allowed for the exact revenue for those in that case. One of the drivers in the rates variance this particular year is we've received some additional penalties, which is a little bit of a sign of some of the cost of living starting to take an impact on some ratepayers that haven't experienced payment problems in the past. And it's something that myself and the team are working to try and get ahead of and see if we can do some more work with those newer ones that are experiencing. So the penalties was about half of that revenue, as well as the new properties coming online throughout the year.
Right, thank you, team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, guys, and others that have fed into the report. Couple of questions, and I think Councillor Wood asked one around the growth, so I understand that, which is developer-led. But just on the PMO, John, in terms of infrastructure process, have I got it right that, you know, there's obviously the design comes first, there's the QS, there's the tender, there's the award or the construction of a project, and then you open or commission it? Is that the right sort of way it goes?
In general, yes. And preceding that, there's a bunch of operational expense in terms of investigations and optioneering to make sure we're on the right path.
To get to that pre-design. So there's a bit of work in that sort of pre-area.
Yeah. The other major learning we've had is around land acquisition and making sure there's appropriate time for both parties to work through a process of subdivision, designations, etc., etc.
Yeah. So on that basis, some of that pre-work, which obviously you explained it quite well, it's written off. It's really just a paper write-off, isn't it? We can pick those up with possibly some modifications in later years.
That's correct. The designs still have value. They have been of value in terms of being able to use them again for future works, if that's the decision that is made to reinvigorate those projects. We retain those drawings, those designs, the QS, the whole package. So if the decision was to re-tender for those works, then we could proceed with that.
So Wyndham Street, sort of Ashurst, is an example of that, where it sat in the cupboard for a little while and we pulled it out again.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Chair. I just had some questions about the number of employees and the remuneration budget. So the remuneration budget is, I think, about 2 million higher than anticipated, and there's an explanation that that's due to lack of turnover. But when I look at the number of employees has gone up quite significantly, if you look at total FTE equivalent. So can you talk us through this increase in remuneration and how that's come about and how we're managing it?
Yeah, there's several things at play there. So we are under in terms of FTEs. We have physical heads more than the budget. However, the FTE count of that is actually lower than what we budgeted. The slower start to the capital program has contributed to that variance. So of that 2 million, about 600,000 as a result of slower capitalisation of labour units. And that's largely due to the weather. The internal crews can't be working in the wet weather. So that's one factor there. The other factor is that we had a couple of missing roles in relation to temp casuals and just how we operate the contact centre. So we attempted to manage that within the budget there as well, and the continually reducing lower turnover rate has meant that our staff, as they progress through the performance matrix, are actually being paid at the higher end of their bands and are not being replaced by lower paying staff. So by actually holding staff and paying them what they're worth is causing us a bit of a problem for the remuneration on that turnover rate that we have inherent in the budget.
Okay, thank you. Just scribbling all that down. So the slower start to the capital budget, is that where we've got people who are employed permanently? The plan was that their salaries will be paid for a capital project from the capital budget, but because that didn't start, their salaries then had to be paid from operational expenses?
Yes, and probably just to clarify, it didn't start, it was we couldn't work because of the weather. So we couldn't capitalise those costs because they weren't working on the capital assets.
Right, so that's more of a the costs falling in a different budget line, perhaps we wouldn't normally see those remuneration costs directly because they would come under the capital costs of the project?
Yes, that's correct. So when the capital hours are worked as planned, then more gets transferred into the capital line, and when there's less hours worked, less gets transferred into the assets.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the slower turnover, I understand the argument that, you know, staff are being paid at the higher end because they're more experienced and so on. Was there a plan to save costs on remuneration by keeping vacancies open? Has that contributed to it, or is it purely people being paid at the higher end of the scale?
No, it's more the vacancies, and I know the chief executive and the senior lead team review all vacancies when they come up. One of the things that is considered is the impact on service levels and the expectation of community around those service levels, and if we can't deliver the service level without withholding that vacancy, then we replace the vacancy. So yeah, the service levels and then the fact that we're holding on to our staff who, as they progress and increase their performance, do end up at the higher end of their bands.
Okay, so going forward, do we need to adjust the amount that we budget for remuneration in the operational expenses?
I might take that one. Through you, Mr. Chair. So you'll recall when we did our annual budget deliberations back in, I think, December, one of the things that was put forward was the pressure on the current vacancy factor, and some elected members who would have been here at the end of COVID times recall we actually increased that vacancy factor because we had a different issue at the time where we weren't filling the roles perhaps as quickly as we were assuming we could. It's a good news story in some respects that we are able to fill roles at the current time, but because we make allowances in the budget for a vacancy factor, that puts pressure on that budget line. So we haven't adjusted that vacancy factor since we did that back then. That would be a decision for council through a budgeting cycle.
Okay, right. I'll just make a note of that. And then just my last question on this particular area was, we had reduced the consultancy budget. Has that impacted on the need to, has that impacted on the remuneration budget? Because we're not paying consultants, we're needing to have the work done by our own staff, and that's increased that cost? Or I'm wanting to know if there's a relationship between those two things. Cutting one budget has led to another one increasing.
That's really difficult to answer. In some cases, yes. In other cases, we just purely don't have the expertise in-house, so we would need that consulting budget regardless. However, in some divisions and departments, there is a direct correlation between the level of consultancy used versus the internal resourcing. I can't hand on heart say one impacts the other, but I can say there is a correlation both ways though.
Would you be able to, not now, but at some point, put a number on that? Because I think it could be helpful for us when we're looking at budgets and, you know, thinking about reducing consultancy budgets. If we know that, well, we can reduce this budget by $1 million, but it's going to increase this other one by, you know, half of that, then that would be a helpful piece of information for decision making. Is it possible to quantify it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think what we do endeavour to do through any budgeting cycle is to take the expected levels of service that you've agreed to through long-term plans and the like, and the programs that you would like to deliver, and we try and budget from an input cost perspective. So when we go through those budgeting cycles, if there are changes or reductions to budgets, the best thing that we can probably do is actually just outline the impacts that could have to something being delivered. I think it's quite difficult to sort of say, yeah, it's got to relate to the thing being delivered in any given year, and the best time to do that through the budgeting cycle.
Sorry, am I right to ask another question on this, Mr. Chair? I'm just trying to establish, and I haven't really had it clearly answered, and maybe there isn't an answer, whether the impact of reducing a consultancy budget then causes a corresponding increase in the remuneration budget, because that gap has to be filled somehow. Is the answer you can't say, or is the answer it depends, or what?
Yeah, difficult to, that would be really difficult to ascertain if there is something direct. I guess what we try to do is we would try to live within the means of the overall budget that's set. So it comes down to a balance of, is it going to impact the service levels? And if it is, then we need to come and have the conversation with you as to how we might address that.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Zebel-Bellin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I had a couple of questions. One is on the dashboard at page 33. There's a commentary line there about the fees and charges being favourable by 0.7 million, largely relating to planning services. I was just casting my mind back to the discussion we had on fees and charges in the annual budget and about the decision to do a blanket increase of 3% across that. Just wondered whether this result, does that indicate that our fees and charges were sufficient to cover our costs?
I might take a bit of a educated guess at this one and look to some support from the side, but my understanding is that was favourable as a result of some required consulting spend on a particularly complex plan and resource consent application. So we spent more on the consulting side, and therefore we got more on the revenue side as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Footpaths is my favourite question, is what percentage of the network is rated average, please?
We might defer that one over to our acting GM of infrastructure.
Glenn O'Connor, Acting General Manager Infrastructure. Sorry, Councillor, what page of the report were you on?
I'll just find the footpaths measure. It's the very first footpaths measure. One moment. That is on, oh, not that one. That is on page 61, which is measure number 5, and you have helpfully said which what percentage are rated poor or very poor, but I was just interested in what's the percentage that's rated average.
Okay, sorry, Councillor, I'll need to confirm post-meeting.
Thank you, thanks very much. I had a question on page 70 about resource recovery and whether we held an open day this quarter or was that throughout the year?
Hi, Acting Manager Resource Recovery. I think we did, but I'll have to come back to you and confirm post-meeting, okay?
Great, thank you. And the last one was about the stormwater measure on page 72. Just looking at how that measure is characterised, is meeting that measure relying solely on the resident satisfaction survey regardless of the work we do or the progress that we make in actually reducing the flooding risk?
I'll just refer to Mike Monaghan, Manager 3 Waters.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Monaghan, Manager 3 Waters. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, I think the answer is simply yes, it's reliant on that satisfaction survey.
So do we experience some tension there between the effectiveness of what work is actually undertaken versus just the general perception through the survey? Or a different way to put that is, how effective is that measure at, or the success of whether we meet that measure or not, based on the actual work that's done, if it's a perception-based measure?
It's a really difficult question to answer, but it really is a perception measure from the survey, regardless of the work that goes on in the city. And I think the rhetoric in the explanation kind of hints at that you know, one bad month of weather can influence people's opinion on the network.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just starting on page 51, similar questions to Councillor Johnson around the, just trying to understand that 2 million overrun for remuneration. The comment's been made in these papers on page 38 that the organisational turnover is low and the additional pressure on the assumed vacancy rate. And that's been mentioned in our quarterly reports consistently. The vacancies in the budgeted FTE on that page is 14, but then the actual is 40, which is a lot more, which I would have thought would have had a favourable impact on the finance side of things. It just seems, is there any way you can explain the commentary versus the numbers that I'm seeing?
Through Mr. Chair. There's a couple of other aspects to this. So sometimes when we do have vacancies in some areas, we need to bring in temporary or casual staff to cover that. We don't necessarily have a budgeted FTE amount next to those staff, so that's effectively coming out of the reducing the vacancy factor, I guess. For argument's sake, if we need a driver or what have you for our refuse trucks or recycling trucks, then we have to have one. And also different roles have different values, so depending on the value of the role and the point in time for which this is produced, those vacancies will actually change as time progresses. They'll go up and they'll go down depending on who comes and who goes.
Okay, so the number of casual FTE is 13, which is, I mean, obviously the difference is 26 between what was expected to be vacant and what was vacant. But you're saying, are you suggesting that the vacancies have been a lot lower through the year, but it's just 40 at this point?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, there's 13 casual and 9 temporary, and yes, the vacancies have been trending down all year.
And have they just come up again?
It's hard to say at a very specific point in time, but they'll vary around about that figure, I suspect.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the FTE, we don't have a comparison in this particular chart to last year, but that was provided in a councillor help query recently where I think it showed an additional 15 positions as compared to last year, but that didn't include casuals. I mean, have we created new positions over the past year, and is it around 15, or is there anything more clearer to understand how many positions have been created in that time?
Through Mr. Chair, no, we haven't been creating new positions during the year.
So that information that came through in the councillor help with the numbers of last year versus this year being 15 more, is that offset by casuals or?
Through Mr. Chair, it's probably a reflection of roles that would have been vacant at this point last year. There were more vacancies, so they're now filled.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to page 31. Just the write-off amount is quite big. Now, that one item, the CBD Streets for People, 1.2 million, how do we spend 1.2 million just in planning?
We'll look to our acting GM of infrastructure to take that one.
Thank you, Councillor. Glenn O'Connor, Acting GM Infrastructure. That planning, as some of the earlier questions around, it incorporates a vast amount of planning from professional design, investigation, community meetings, discussions, iterations along the process as we build up the short lists, the long lists, the more detailed option, and that way through the process as we get to something that's constructible.
And so the level of work that's happening at the first part of that process, so far out from the actual capital delivery, what is the thinking of staff? Is there any thinking around trying to minimise this risk of having big write-offs because of the gap between when the planning's happening and when the delivery's happening?
100% there is that thinking, and the thinking is always around the balance between doing enough work to be able to give informed advice and create an informed project at every stage of the design versus not doing enough of that, and that's the balance that officers are continually testing.
Okay, and so the question to the Mayor's question, the answer to the Mayor's question earlier about it being a paper write-off, if any of these programs listed on page 30 and 31 don't go ahead, is that then just that money that's being spent, is that just lost? Or
the money's certainly not lost. Some of the programs or projects, be it a traffic island or roundabout, many of the learnings, many of the designs, many of the base work is taken on other projects, because while the projects of a roundabout section have different flavours, the substance is similar, so that if the specific project doesn't go ahead, like projects often go ahead, that value is extracted from that.
And so the 1.2 for the CBD streets for people, if that program doesn't go ahead, is that essentially just 1.2 million lost? Or is there some benefit in having done that work if we don't progress the program?
There's benefit in gaining that body of knowledge for other work as we do variations of those sort of designs, those projects, those tasks. Okay,
and just in terms of that issue, moving to page 45, the funding, the update on Te Motua Potoa Civic Marae, the awaiting of the Regional Infrastructure Fund, is there any further update about the timing of that outcome?
Through you, Mr. Chair. At this stage, the Ministry is yet to make a decision at this point in time. I think it's about a month away is what they've signalled to us, but it's really in the hands of them in terms of their decision-making timeframes.
Okay. A recent councillor help query identified 1.5 million of capital that's been spent on that program already. And with the council policy that projects only go ahead once the external funding is confirmed, is there a risk about if that external funding isn't raised, do we have a risk around potential writing off of that level of expenditure for projects such as this?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So if I recall, the resolution is that construction won't occur until external funding is raised. However, to actually put applications in for external funding, an element of design needs to have taken place, so they can be assessed by the funders, and so it will become a council decision should the funding not be raised as to whether it wishes to proceed or not proceed.
Okay, so are those funding applications needing the high level of design and specific artwork that's been completed already?
Yes.
Okay. Just moving to page 37, there's the right-hand column in that table says forecast March, and I couldn't quite make sense of that column?
So I think right throughout the year we'd indicated that we were intending on bringing forecasts to elected members so that we could inform you where we believed we were going to land. That was the forecast that was part of the March quarter report, just included there as a reference so you could compare how close we were from actuals to forecast, and largely not too bad, to be fair.
Okay. And just moving to page 42, the chart at the bottom around the capital spend, the capital delivery, the far right column there is the percentages as a percentage of our agreed budget, our long-term plan budget, the 74%, which is what the comment there is that that's what's reported in our annual report, and I understand that's what's used for KPIs. I'm just wondering, there's always a bit of a difference between that percentage and the revised budget. Why do we have two figures, and why don't we just have it all consistent?
I think resolution number 4 up there about carry forwards is exactly why there's differences. So in the LTP or the annual budget, whichever version it is a point in time, and we know things move through there. So the revised budget is the most up-to-date budget. In the case of year 1 of the LTP compared to the revised budget, you'll recall that the transport program was a major reduction. So it wouldn't be fair to measure against the higher target when we have no ability to fund or complete that work.
Okay, thank you. And now the other question I had, maybe I've got the wrong page, might be page 37. Yes, professional services are around, the budget's 14 or 15 million. And there was an information that came out, Councillor Houp query, that identified 50.5 million spend on consultants in the last 2 years. And I just couldn't reconcile that with the fact that we've only got a 14 or 15 million budget per year for professional services.
I think your follow-up question was, does it come out of the capital program? And the answer is yes. That response is sitting with me to send back through the Councillor Help query, and I just haven't quite got to it yet.
That's fine. Okay, so the rest of, so consultants are used for the professional services budget, and consultants are used for the capital program delivery, and that's what, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
That makes sense. I think I'm nearly there. Yep, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of follow-ups first, just around Councillor Johnson and Naylor around the remuneration side of things. How far over budget can remuneration go before it has to come back to the Chamber?
For the year that's just finished, as long as we keep within overall council budgets, we're okay. For the new year, because of the resolution that has been put in place by the Chamber, we can't go over budget at all without it coming back to the Chamber.
Great, thank you. And in terms of Councillor Wood's query around rates revenue being over forecast, do we know the proportion of ratepayers that are in arrears?
Yes, we do. I don't have those figures right to hand, so I might have to take that answer away and provide a response out.
Could we have that with a little bit of multi-year context in terms of the trend?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Just interested around the infringement revenue, how much of that's driven by the change of the infringement amount versus changes in infringement number?
There's a couple of things at play there. So one is the higher amount. One is there's a volume piece there, and I'm not sure on the answer on that one. But the third is actually the development and regulatory team are becoming more efficient and more effective in their processes, and that has driven an increase in infringements as well.
All right, thank you. Just had a question too around the overall scope management within projects, and the exemplars that were given around Custom Street, Rohini Street, etc., seem to generally show that kind of cost was being managed reasonably close, but less so in terms of timeliness. And I just wondered kind of what we do to manage timeliness and delivery.
As with all project management, time, cost and scope are the holy trinity that we need to try to balance as best we can. Noting sensitivities in terms of budget and expectation from ratepayers, cost is controlled quite carefully, and often that comes at the expense of delay in terms of completing the works. The other aspect in terms of quality or scope, making sure that we're actually delivering good quality work rather than having to go back and address defects through a defects liability period and the likes. So to answer your question, the priority is put on cost control and quality over timely delivery.
How often do we use incentives within contracts for contractors to improve timeliness?
We are using a revised version of the construction contract, which does allow for effectively a pain gain share between contractors and the client or the principal. However, we haven't been using that to good effect in recent times.
Thank you all. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to jump back in. I have to ask one follow-up question after Councillor Naylor's on the Streets for People programme. So I just need to understand, I think it's been probably two and a half years since the plan's come to the council table for where that's at. Is there any more work happening prior to the next long-term plan on this? Have we got a plan in place? Where have we actually got to with this? Last I heard we were just going into some workshops and hiring some consultants to go out to the market, but where are we actually at for $1.3 million?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. As far as I'm aware, in terms of that work that was done 2.5 years ago, that work was completed when the funding was in the LTP cycle, so it was money that was being spent in anticipation of the work being delivered. At that time, a whole plan was done to complete the works around the city centre, so there is a blueprint, a plan there if at some point the council want to deliver on that work. As was stated earlier, there is no funding until I think year 5 or 6 in the current LTP, so there's no active work. What I can say is there are some initial early conversations occurring with the Safari Group, who are investing obviously significant funding into the hotel rebuild, and there's a desire to kind of, I guess, minimise potential disruption to the footpath outside of that hotel. So we are looking at some options of cleaning up the footpath within the curb, so not a full streetscape upgrade. Those decisions are yet to be made in terms of the design and the budgeting, but if there is a requirement to bring forward any budget, obviously that would come to the council. However, if it's able to be delivered through the existing footpath budgets, then obviously we'd inform council and deliver it in that way. But as I said, no decisions made as yet, but we're starting some conversations with Safari and the other landowners in that area.
Thank you. So this 1.3 million is for the full Streets for People programme of the last decade, not just for the last financial year.
Correct. I think going back a decade, there was 2016, I think there was about $160,000 spent on an initial concept plan, but that money that's in the report is around that more detailed plan that was prepared to inform the budgets that were in the plan at that time.
Thank you. So is there any updated plans going to come to council for the work that's happened in the past 2 years, or is it just the plan sits as it sat 3 years ago?
As far as I'm aware, it sits as it stands 2.5, 3 years ago.
Thank you.
Just would like to add to that conversation that 1.2 million is not the entire costs for the previous. There have been some costs that have been capitalised as part of the street that has been done. This is the piece that relates specifically to that portion.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just to follow up to Councillor Barrett's question around the when remuneration budget's overspent, when it would need to come back to the chamber, and you said something about it would need to because of a resolution. Which resolution? And I just didn't fully understand that, sorry.
No, that's okay. So for the year that's just completed, we didn't need to bring anything back. For the new year, as part of the annual budget process, there was a resolution that capped remuneration spend. When there is a resolution to that effect, the Chief Executive does not have delegation to overspend without prior council approval.
So wasn't there a resolution also during the long-term plan process that established the agreed budget for this year that's just been?
There was, but there was no cap, and so the management of council as a whole has offset the overspend on the remuneration budget, whereas this year it's a particular cap on a particular line.
So when you say a cap, was there wording in the resolution this year that said a cap, but the last year's? So when council agrees on a specific budget through a resolution, I thought I couldn't quite see the difference, because there were resolutions for this current year and the year that we're looking at here. Is it just about the wording?
Through Mr. Chair, specifically the council made a resolution to adopt a remuneration budget that was lower than what was in the initial resolution as part of this annual budget, and so as a result of setting a lower amount than what was requested under the delegations, that forms a cap.
And am I not correct in my memory of the long-term plan that council also changed that budget by resolution as well?
Not that I recall, but that's not that I recall, no.
Okay, thanks.
I don't recall anything for remuneration in the long-term plan. There was professional services in the long-term plan, but not remuneration.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Great. Yes, thank you to you all. Was there further comment?
There's one further comment. My colleague here has a response to Councillor Zabelin's question.
Okay.
Through the Chair, Acting Manager Resource Recovery Natasha Hickmott. We did one in April, Councillor Zabelin. Thank you to our Comms Manager, Liv Wicks, who reminded me.
Great, thank you very much. As Chair, I'll move the recommendations before the committee that that the committee receive the report titled Quarterly Performance and Financial Report, period ending 30th of June 2025, and related attachments presented on the 20th of August 25. 2, that the committee note the 2.4 million of prior year capital expenditure relating to planning and design work for transport projects was written off to the expenses in the 2025 financial year due to the changes of council and NZTA Waka Kotahi priorities. 3, that the committee note that the overspend in the transport activity was managed and underspent in the other activities of council. And recommendations to council: 4, that the committee approve the adjustments to carry forward values per the carry forward report in attachment 5, and 5, that council approve the deferral of 4,330,799 from the 25-26 to the 26-27 for program 1895 to Motua Potua development as noted in attachment 5. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Naylor. We'll start some debate. We'll see how we go, realising we might not complete this item, but let's open it up for any debate or questions, any comment. There been one. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just first of all, a big thanks to staff for once again really clear reporting and managing what has been a challenging budget over the past year. You know, on a positive, it's an overall favourable budget, and it's good to see that additional favourable revenue of 3.4 million, particularly with wind farm royalties and the additional parking infringements. I struggle, as you can probably tell by some of the questioning, with the 2.4 million write-off. Whilst I acknowledge the officers have said there might be still some benefit in that work, I do have a concern around what I see as perhaps a misalignment between the length of time that we're doing the preparation work and the delivery of capital programs. And when we're perhaps delivering a smaller amount of overall capital programs that than had been indicated in our long-term plan, I think this is something for us to get our heads around and look at a little bit more seriously, because we had a 1.2 million write-off last year, and now a 2.4 million, and I certainly don't want to see that going forward. Whilst I can acknowledge that if those projects actually go ahead, that can be quite beneficial. We don't know the decisions of future councils, and some of these numbers are really big, and if those projects don't go ahead, I really struggle to see where the benefit is to the ratepayers who have actually paid that money for that work to be done. So I realise it's accounting rules that we have, I don't think we have a real choice about that, so we'll have to confirm that, but I just want to highlight a concern, and I think we need to look, what it really says to me is that it's even more important that the capital delivery, the capital program that we decide on each year needs to be realistic. If it's too aspirational or unrealistic, we'll run into this problem where we have to write off huge expenses. When we've got policies in place of gaining our external revenue before proceeding with a project, I'm also seeing a significant amount of cost go into the preparation and the planning of some projects. That concerns me, that if those projects don't go ahead, we may actually have the risk of having to expense or write off money for work that may or may not actually be needed. So that is a concern to me. But overall, a huge thanks to officers for a lot of good work. In terms of the remuneration space, I do have a bit of a concern around that as well. Just that my concern is if it is tracking over through a year, my preference would be, and we've heard from officers that it may be a little bit different going forward because of a resolution that's happened, but my preference would be that would come back to the Chamber for decisions to be made here if work can't progress as per our plan. But it does concern me when budgets such as that are going that far over what's been approved around this table.
Thank you. I mentioned one, but there's a few. So, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, thanks to the wider officers for the report, and I think it's in challenging times, like Councillor Naylor, it's good reading, and because not all councils are being able to balance the books, and some are even close to us are setting quite significant deficit budgets to artificially keep rates low. But we won't go there. But I just wanted to make a few comments and just maybe refresh the memories of some. The streetscape planning and design done as a collective. We did that to pull the whole project together. And look, in hindsight, maybe we should have done it piecemeal, but we did it to try and save some money as a collective, also to get a bit of a macro level view as a master plan on what we were doing. We didn't know that accounting practices were going to change. We didn't know that we were going to pull it apart and not do some of it. So my view is that work will get done at some stage, because some of our renewals, the renewals in terms of roads and footpaths, that needs to be done. And I'm sure, and I'm pretty confident that that plan or some parts of that plan will get utilised. So although it's a paper write-off, I don't think it's really a technical write-off. Te Matapatoa and Anzac Park, the application for that for external funding needed to be more than just sketches or concepts. And we've done applications before on that basis, and we haven't been successful. And this RIF fund was definitely around shovel-ready projects. Hence, we needed to do a little bit more work in that design space. So again, we have a contract with the community that if no external funding or the external funding budgets are not met, then there's no construction. So it's very much a chicken and egg situation. We needed to do the work to get to this level. I'm confident that we will get to our external funding target, and that the project will proceed with possibly even more than we imagined in terms of external funding. So again, number 3 is around the REM budget. Remind my colleagues, we set those budgets. Yes, it has been interesting to see how things have gone, but that's why we employ good CE and senior management team to look after that for us. So, yeah, I just want to say thanks again. Look, in the scheme of things where councils and budgeting's going, to come out with the result we have is actually quite favourable. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I mean, I echo the comments of colleagues around thanks for staff and the CE for, you know, a positive financial result. And a couple of things I just wanted to highlight. One is the considerable success on infrastructure projects. So, I mean, there's been a lot of chat at national level and some locally about, I think the phrase was puppy dogs and ice cream. But when you actually look at the project completion reports of the 7 projects, major projects that were completed, they're all infrastructure projects, possibly with the exception of the Lido changing rooms, but it's still infrastructure. But, you know, we're talking Seal Road renewals, custom streets, stormwater upgrade, intersection safety, water main renewals. And then when you look at the first quarter next year, what are we looking at? Majority of them infrastructure upgrades. So I just think in terms of some of the narrative that perhaps is being put around that, you know, councils aren't doing proper investment in infrastructure, you only have to look at what we've done to know that we are actually doing a lot of investment in infrastructure successfully. So I think it's worth highlighting that. It's not something we necessarily ask questions about, we semi-take it for granted. But in fact, it leads on to some of the comments around spend on planning. If we didn't have the spend on planning that we have, we wouldn't be able to successfully complete these projects in the time. The pre-planning and the design work that's done in advance is what's enabling us to be successful with these projects, particularly the capital renewals, which are at a very high level, as well as the capital new projects. So, except, you know, it's a balance between how far ahead you do the planning, but you have to put the budget into that planning and design work to be able to deliver the project in a timely way. So, I don't think that that money is lost in any way. It has been spent, certainly, but the design work has been done. And we've seen in the past where it's been to our benefit to have design work available when we were able to access, I think it was about $5 million for social housing because we had the plans and we were ready to go. So I don't really accept the criticism of the pre-planning now. I think that that is an essential part of us being able to deliver, being able to access external funding. And the other thing I would say is that it highlights the benefit of proper long-term planning and then sticking to what we've planned, because that enables staff to do the pre-planning work and deliver the projects. When we're inconsistent and chopping and changing from one budget to the next as to what we'll fund and what we won't fund, that's where we get these misalignments. So I think that needs to be considered when people are considering making significant changes to plans that were agreed at a long-term plan in an annual budget year. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Councillor Zibba-Bellin.
Thank you. I would tautoko what Councillor Johnson just said, but also I do still, as always, have this concern that our perception-based narratives just aren't fit for purpose for a lot of these items when we use them to measure the performance and progress of our work and the extent to which we're delivering on our programs. And that's particularly the case where we have quite significant divergence between the resident satisfaction and the actual user satisfaction, which has come up quite prevalently in this report, that the user satisfaction is actually fine, very good, but the general resident perception and satisfaction is very low. So much of that is tied to external trends or one-off weather events, as we've heard, and it doesn't actually report or reflect how effectively we are delivering, and we are delivering a lot on a lot of that stuff. So I just continue to be annoyed, really, at the narrowness that we're locked into when we're reporting on this stuff that our narrative measures give us.
Councillor Hapeta, sorry, come in.
Very quickly, sorry, Chair. Just want to comment on the resourcing. I did hear it talked about quite a lot. I do want to actually compliment the CEO on the resourcing. I think it's one of the very hardest things is to resource an organisation this size, and it's actually good to see the number of staff at its level that it's at. It's actually quite hard to attract staff to an organisation, and to see the numbers at the level that they are at, it's good and it's healthy, and well done to this Chief Executive to have the numbers that they are at this time. So I just want to give the Chief Executive a pat on the back for that, because I do think it is tough to get staff, and I just want to say well done. So thank you.
Okay, great. That concludes the comments, and now invite a vote. That is passed unanimously, 11 votes for. We do have people coming in expected at 2, but in fairness, on a big day, we're going to reconvene at 2:05 to give you close to the full hour for lunch. So, thanks.